Okay. Good morning, everybody. Um, First of all, thank you all for making the changes to your schedule so that we could start this early this morning. We have a great deal to cover. Maybe break around 10:15? 5 minutes. Please, yeah, something like that. And then we stop at 12:30. Oh, does it? Oh, yeah. Good, good. Okay. We got everybody? Okay. All right. First item is really concerns from the community. So, any concerns? Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Good morning. Maura McElvain, 146 Blue Heron Pond Road. There are a number of issues that I just want to touch on, but they all kind of relate, I think, to the same, thematically to the same thing. The island is now relatively mature at 35 years, but there are a number of things that are going on that seem to be about making it bigger, drawing more people in, drawing more land in, drawing more staff in. Obviously, maintaining something is not nearly as exciting as building something new. But I would ask that when you're considering things like the Performing Arts Center, I think the presentation last week shows why that is not ready for prime time. Let's just put it that way. Um, the Arts Council members are incredibly dedicated, and they put on incredible performances and a lot of different variety of performances. But apart from the members of that council who have appeared at each of the performing arts presentations, I don't know that you've gotten a lot of community members. Even the people who attend, I'm not sure you've got 200 or 300 people saying, yeah, we need a performing arts center. And if you looked at the data that was presented last week, they did kind of a rough survey of how many people would use it how many days to kind of build their first pro forma. The Arts Council committed to 19 days. You can't possibly build a performing arts center for a group that has no more than 19 days to commit. So as you're looking at that issue again, or any type of service again, I would like you to consider who's really behind it and how many people are really behind it, because obviously, even if the town commits no resources, it still reflects on the town if it fails. The presentation last week, I think, reflected poorly on whoever was involved in it. When Russ asked questions about where's the parking and where's the debt service, those are fundamental questions. And they weren't in the presentation, and no one knew they were in the presentation. I just think that that was not ready for prime time and should not have been presented and did not reflect well on anyone in the town. Secondly, annexation. Again, it's to make us bigger. The town of Kiel was formed so that we weren't bigger, so that we were not lobbed into Charleston and annexed, and so that we could have our own environment. And every time annexation is talked about, it's to make us bigger. And I'm not sure what the purpose is except to make us bigger. I don't think we need that tax revenue to the extent it exists in an annexation. I have an additional concern, which gets kind of laughed off every time I mention it. I don't think there's legal authority to annex contingent or adjacent to Freshfields. So I'd be very careful when you present an annexation when you do. The third make it bigger issue is the police force or potential police force. It seems like something solution in search of a problem. I don't know what the crime statistics are, but I don't think we need our own police force, and I certainly don't think we need the potential liabilities of a police force. So again, I understand the town is at a level of maturity where maintaining things is not nearly as exciting as building more
When we had a retreat in January, I got up and we had a very, what I thought was a very good conversation about three major issues that I thought needed to be addressed. One was the ARB, one was Kika Town interaction, and the third was level of communication and how we communicate with each other. In particular, don't shoot the messenger. We know that an ARB task force has been established and is working on that, so I won't address that. But I do want to address the other two issues because I do think they're problematic. Kika Town interaction, there was a lot of good discussion, there was a lot of promises made that there was going to be joint meetings between the Kika board and town council. There was going to be more interaction. To date, I've seen really no evidence of that. And that's disappointing because it is important because of the way Kika was structured, that the town has certain functions and Kika has certain functions. In particular, Kika does many of the things that people would normally expect the town to do. So it's important that they actually work together. And it's been very disappointing that that hasn't happened. At the last town council meeting, it was touted, well, we've gotten a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit at the front gate. Well, that's fine, but that's not a real significant accomplishment. You need to work together. You made commitments to do it. I was hoping that you would, and disappointed that you haven't. The third is the communications. And this one you've fallen, and it is town council has fallen dramatically short on that. What have we seen on that communication? We saw a May 2nd meeting that was frankly embarrassing. There was attempts to have discussions, and it was shut down. Promises were made. Promises were made that certain things would happen. Those promises were not kept. There was supposed to be a follow-up meeting to discuss what was discussed at the May 2nd meeting, which was, the power under the ARDA. It never occurred. And that was the whole purpose of shutting it down. We said, well, we'll just do it sometime later. You didn't. And when it was raised about how that meeting occurred and how unrespectful it was, some council members left. That's not the way we deal with respectfully. Plus, we've seen in more recent times, as you know, I filed FOIA action. I'm not here to discuss the merits of the action. That will be discussed on Wednesday in front of the court. But it is important that the town has taken the position that if you would disagree with them, you are a bad person. And I don't know whether you've read what the town has actually filed in its brief. It's offensive. You're peddling false information and rumor. And you think that's an appropriate way to deal with your residents. We can agree to disagree. Councilman Moffitt, you've said to me, the good thing is we may not agree on everything, but we can at least talk. And that's the important thing. There has to be talking. When somebody disagrees with you, it's not that they're a bad person. It means they disagree with you. They may have a point. You may have a point. But you need to talk. You don't peddle, in this instance, a memo that was frankly false and unveiled. You don't put that in.
Mayor, can I respond to one thing, or would you rather me?
Well, let's hold on just a second. Do we have any other comments, anything coming in? Is this a data stream?
Well, because it's just live stream, we're not doing,
Oh, no one's,
we're
okay.
not taking comments.
Well, the next section is this. Next session is an open discussion with council. So Russ, go ahead.
So Brad, I just wanted to let you know, while we're not having. Brad, while we're, I wanted to let you know that I have been meeting with Kika, but it's just been really me, meeting individually with either Shannon or the safety director, dealing with things like safety signs and dealing things with, how we can improve access to the island and things like that. So we are, and actually, I actually feel that I have a very good relationship with Kika based on those meetings that I have. So you're not seeing meeting minutes because it's just me. So there's no quorum. But I just wanted to let you know that is going on.
I appreciate that, but I think there was maybe I gotta go back here. There was a commitment at the retreat to have joint meetings. And as far as I know, unless I've missed it, that's never occurred.
I believe, Brad, on the updates, I believe maybe a council member will address that with regards to the joint meetings.
But we've gone more than 6 months. And I know, serving on the Kika board, there was often a feeling from the perspective, I know I felt it, that the town treated Kika as sort of the ugly stepchild. I'm not sure why, but that was definitely a feeling, and that's not a feeling that should be out there. There should be an effort that both the town and Kika are working together for the residents and the members. Now, granted, Kika has, more members than residents, but both should share the interests of this island to make it the best we can. And I think it's important, I thought that was an important commitment, and I was very heartened by the fact. And I appreciate, Russ, that you've been out there doing that. I think that's a great thing. But it needs to be more than one person.
And there are more than I.
No.
Go ahead, please, yeah.
So, not everything might be visible to you. And because of that, to assume that nothing happens is maybe a wrong approach to it. So, let me update you on a few things in that respect. So first of all, similar like Russell, often also the two of us together have quite a bit of exchange with the working level of Kika. Not that everything works perfect yet. I do have to say that I have still emails that I have sent out that have not been answered, but that's part of, the adjustment process. What is more important is that this council has undertaken several attempts to repair that relationship, although I don't agree with your stepchild, metaphor by any means, but we have undertaken several attempts to improve that relationship, and I give you a few examples. For example, Kevin Donlan, your successor on the Kika board, I would assume, and I have invited to a cocktail party, no agenda, open, friendly discussion with our wives, etc. All our 5 members here in this room, plus Stephanie, and the same on the Kika side. Okay? 3 of your former board members responded within 24 hours, being very excited, and then the whole thing was shut down. Okay? We had, as you know, as you might know, should know, our 35th birthday party last Friday here on this premises, with invitation have gone out to everybody. Not a single Kika board member showed up to that event. So before you're pointing fingers at us, maybe you need to have a little bit more information And maybe you use the Kika board meeting this afternoon to address these topics with the Kika board that, for whatever reason, has not reached out a hand to us except on working level as it relates to safety, traffic, pedestrian safety topics, etc.
Michael, I understand communication is a two-way street. And I'm not, but there was a commitment for joint meetings, and that is an obvious area where that has not occurred.
And those hands have been reached out. We offered even this chamber for Kika meetings because it's more appropriate in terms of size, in terms of technology, etc. It was refused. We offered to have joint strategy meeting. Nothing happened. So be careful which fingers you point at in that respect. That aside from all of this, we still have that task in front of us is absolutely clear. And I do believe that all 5 of us are highly committed to fix that relationship. We just have not made enough progress yet.
So, hang on, before anybody else says anything, we need to be very careful that we don't fall into, when we discuss these things, as Brad said, he and I have had this discussion, it was actually on the golf course, about you don't have to agree, you can still talk and get along, he and I have a great round of golf. We don't agree on everything. But this going back and forth about he said, she said, doesn't accomplish anything either. What I think, my opinion is on this cooperative effort with Kika, you know, you can say, yeah, we're gonna have these joint meetings, but unless you know what the purpose of the meeting is, it serves none. So to me, if we wanna move this forward, then we need to. I don't know what I've already said. So, but I guess my point is that if we're gonna have these meetings with Kika, where we have this cooperative effort, and the result is something better for Kiowa generally, then we need to establish what is it that we need to cooperatively work on. You know, and I think that one of the reasons that things like regular meetings with Kika would fail is that unless you have a purpose, it serves none. So I think the first step, if we want to do it, maybe, and let's just pick a time limit. Let's say on a quarterly basis we're gonna have this meeting. It's just like the town council meetings. You know, leading up to the town council meeting every month, we have a draft of an agenda. We talk about it. We take things off. We put things on. And it would seem to me that the first step is establish some cadence for a meeting with the Kika, either the board chairman and the operations people or the entire board. Establish what that is and say we're going to do this on a quarterly basis. And until we get our feet under us on establishing an agenda or a list of things to cooperate with, that meeting may last 5 minutes. But the fact is, we had the meeting every quarter. And I think that we need to move that way. Because, Michael, I know you're having discussions with the folks on the Kika board or the Kika offices. Rush, you the same, but that really isn't the recurring cooperative venture with the Kika organization that I think is what we were talking about at the last retreat.
I fully agree with you, John, but the problem is not the agenda, okay? We have enough topics to discuss between the town and Kika. So creating an agenda is the least of our worries.
It's not the least of our worries, because if you don't do
First
that,
attempt,
it won't be anything.
yeah, but the problem is the first attempt, and I know that the mayor has talked about this, I have talked to several board members about this, and the response was always, yeah, we should do that, and that was it, okay? And that's why, at some point, as I mentioned earlier, you know, Kevin Donlan and I invited to that party, because we felt like maybe we just need to break some ice, right? Maybe we need to get to know each other better. That was the attempt. That was the intention.
So maybe so, but you know, if you know, to use the analogy of our golf outing, you know, I'm not a very good golfer. Out of 18 drives or 18 tee balls, I may have 6 in play, but I keep playing. I don't stop because I can't get the ball in play. So if we keep asking Kika to set these up, at some point, we're going to have a meeting set up, and we're going to then test how it works.
Follow up on John's point, I think having been on that board, there is some inertia. I mean, and what you're seeing is, people will say, that's a great idea, and nothing happens. I mean, I do think if you could establish, as you say, let's come up with a topic, come up with several topics, and say, we're gonna have a meeting, and we want to discuss X, Y, and Z. We want to, rules enforcement, which is always a big deal, because, it's, the town has some, the Kika has some, and it's always confusing who does what, and everybody points the finger at the other one. And that might be a great way to kick it off, but just say, take the initiative and say, I would like to do that.
So let me, one more thing.
One more thing. Suffice to say, there's an observation that we haven't done enough. Okay, we've concluded that. Some of us think that we've tried. We'll continue to try. It's an agenda item, it's a topic, it's a major goal, we'll continue to try. I don't think it's, I think Jerry and his team do a wonderful job. We've had many, many conversations. They've had their plates full just like we have. We'll try harder. I mean, okay. I mean, what else? Let's not beat up on all of this. There has been progress made in many different venues. We'll try harder. We'll try to do more. Okay?
Thanks for bringing it to our attention, Brett.
Very specific suggestion, following up on what John said, and Mayor, is that let's stipulate that there actually has been a lot of back and forth over time, and I think much more than in the past, and whether it's the task force, whether it's the work Russ and Michael have been doing, or a lot of other individual interactions, Kika board members attending town council meetings and vice versa. I think there's more of that going on than used to be the case. It is a fact that there has not been a formal sit-down between the two bodies, the Kika board and the town council board. Perhaps scheduling a quarterly tempo is kind of a little ambitious at the outset.
Probably.
But I don't know, when we said we've reached out, we've tried, I'm not sure how that has manifested. So I would suggest maybe we send a formal letter of invitation from the council to the Kika board, give them a chance to respond, suggest, let's identify a potential date for meeting. That would obviously have to be noticed. That would be a public meeting that identify 2 or 3 topics that would be for consideration: safety and security, rules enforcement, what other we might come up with, and then give the Kika board, we'll take that on ourselves, we'll give the Kika board an opportunity to respond formally.
See,
I think that's fair. I think
Yeah,
that's fair. And the one topic, getting back to a previous conversation that was brought here, that I think as leaders of our two respective groups, both the town and the association, we have to address, and I personally think it needs to be addressed, and that is one of safety and security. Quite frankly, we're tripping over one another, and that tripping over one another is going to manifest itself when something bad happens. And I think that as much as anything needs to be a subject. But anyway, so we can come up with a couple, 3 subjects, we'll make a formal invitation, we'll do whatever.
and then later on, we'll decide how frequently do we want to do this. Because a lot depends on what it is we have to talk about.
Well, I think part of the problem is, John, is
Sure.
part of the problem is just in terms of, like most things, contextually, what does it represent? I mean, everybody walks into the room with their noggin going, what they think it really means. And I think until we get many of the experts who have really been working on something or done an RFP or had experiences or whatever, you don't understand it.
Well,
Okay, well, I guess we're into item number 2. I don't want to, we can continue to talk about this, but I just don't want to.
Okay.
So what are some other items that you all have?
Mayor, I do want to respond to one of the other issues raised by Mr. McIlvaine, and that was with regard to the contents of the town memo, with regard to the FOIA matter, and I'm not going to discuss that substantively at all. I wrote at the time, and I don't know if the council members read that memo, approved it in advance. I had not seen it in advance. I was appalled when I read it, some of the contents of that particular memo. Wholly apart from the other issues related to the Jimmy Bailey memo, even if everything in the Jimmy Bailey memo was true, and none of us have any particular personal knowledge of that, it bore no relation whatsoever to the substantive merits of a FOIA request. And I wrote the court and I said I want to publicly disassociate myself from that portion of the memo which engaged in character assassination in the context of a FOIA request. And I think again, I don't know who saw that in advance, whether it was approved or not, but it's just wrong.
So that may be, but my opinion is that because of the ongoing issues with this FOIA request, we really shouldn't be talking about aspects of it today at all. Let it play out, and if afterwards we want to have a little powwow amongst ourselves or with somebody else coming in, then that's what I think we vet all of this other stuff. I think we should just leave it alone, because again, we'll very rapidly degenerate into a he said, she said, this is right, that's wrong, and we don't want to do that. So let's just put that aside for today.
So it's still right now for open discussion for council members?
Nothing more.
I don't have anything that we're not really going to cover in this next section, so I'm good.
Apparently the mic is not working at the podium.
We can borrow the board members' chair.
Michael, do you have anything on the council open discussion?
We have a full agenda, so I think everything is on there.
We listed updates from the January meeting. So let's just go through these one at a time, add to it 2 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever the time is. So let's just go down the list. So I think we've talked a little bit about the joint meeting. Anything in addition to add to that? Okay, I do. So I threw out police force. What are 2 other subjects? If we're going to, and I think that's a good idea, we'll send out an invitation. Let's do it while we're all here now. What would be another subject that we would jointly, or what would be another subject that we feel would be an appropriate agenda item for a joint meeting?
The main gate. The main gate.
Okay?
Short-term rentals.
Those are 3 pretty good topics.
Okay.
Rules versus ordinances kind of thing? Okay,
Well, I mean, there was some spillover with STR, but
Right.
not only STR.
okay.
All right, so we have, you got that stuff? Okay, so we got 3, 4 good topics. Okay. All right, good, thank you.
So when would you propose just sending it out?
No.
With an
Yeah.
agenda is a good start.
So,
Can we maybe propose a few dates?
so I would say that the first thing is probably to let Jerry know that we're going to do this, and then propose to him a series of dates, and then he should marshal his crew to pick one.
I can get with Shannon,
That'd be good.
and she'll get with Jerry, and between both groups, we'll put together some dates, because I know some of you all are going to be traveling. I'm guessing some of the KICA board members will be traveling, so we'll just pull together probably 4 or 5 dates.
Okay. I would shoot for before the end of the year. I mean, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
we got the last quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to put dates in, we'll probably give dates in October and dates in early November.
Yep.
And we'll just go from there.
Okay,
Okay,
sounds like a winner.
And then I will, as soon as we have fixed that date, even before, Kevin and I will again try to have a little bit of a get to know each other party, either at San Castle or at my house or something like that.
Okay,
all right,
great.
all right, good. All right, good. development agreement with the partners, development of a tree protection ordinance.
Oh,
John?
yeah, so if you guys have any specific questions, because like you said, we have a long agenda, he included in your agenda packet, really item 3, or I'm sorry, yeah. Item 3 has some dates in regards to, I'm sorry, item 5 has dates in regards to the ending of the development agreement, and then you can look at the different other timelines. If you like, he can give a specific update. He did at the council meeting. Him and Brad had a discussion about it. But of course,
What are you referring to, Steph?
this is behind your tab, ARDA, UGB, Urban Growth Boundary. He has an outline that states the 2013 amended and reinstated development agreement, expiration, proposed adoption timeline, status update, and it gives you the 6 different items as he discussed at the council meeting, along with right now dates of when it'll go to the planning commission, ultimately to council. And of course, he's here if you'd like to discuss it in more detail, but again, because of the time limit,
Well, this is important. Could you take some few minutes and go over that again, John? Okay, I didn't know which one you referred to, but yeah, I had some questions on that, so.
Yes, me too.
Stephanie, in that regard, I don't know if the expectation or intention was that we actually go through each of these 6 items and discuss them.
yeah, so if you like to do that, it's really up to you all in terms of how much you want to add for discussion or not.
Right, so then let's start with the first topic, John. This tree ordinance is on the council's agenda for at least 18 months, as I know it. It's certainly again on our strategy for this year. I'm getting conflicting messages from the Planning Commission about this, so where exactly do we stand?
So, in terms of our tree preservation ordinance, we were nearly ready to have that presented before the Planning Commission for recommendation. The subcommittee felt that we would magnify that and also make sure that we incorporate landscape standards as part of this process. And so that is still under the subcommittee review. And it's anticipated for us to bring that at this past week's Planning Commission meeting for recommendation. But I don't anticipate that coming until probably the end of September, just so that we can add in landscape standards as well. So the initial work group, we saw it as a big task to do a robust ordinance at one slosh, and so we took 2 steps. One, to do tree preservation. Those standards were drafted. That subcommittee felt somewhat comfortable. They wanted a few more things added in. And so right now, it's just working that language so that subcommittee feels comfortable, and then we'll bring that back before the full commission for review.
But when I look at, I'm sorry.
So do you think that this public hearing, October public hearing and first reading, and then November town council for the second reading are realistic dates?
Yes.
So conceivably, we could have both a tree ordinance or tree preservation ordinance and landscape standards by the end of, by the November town council meeting.
Correct.
So that means you have invited to a special planning commission meeting?
One more time?
So you have already invited the planning commission to a special meeting? Because
Invited-
otherwise you will not be able to make this timeline.
Invited is, I'm
Have you now invited the planning commission to a special meeting in September to meet your timeline?
Yes, he's saying, have you called a special call meeting? Because he's saying that if your subcommittee on the planning commission has reviewed it and you're saying it's going to go to the full planning commission already had their meeting this month, so are you calling a special call meeting? For
special call meeting has not been determined yet, but it's the goal objective to have that special call meeting.
Okay.
I need them really comfortable with the language before I have a public meeting, because if they aren't comfortable with that language, then I want to present that.
But our target still, John, is to have it town council first reading October, second reading November.
What's built in here is at minimum one special call meeting, whether that happens with the planning commission or with town council, that allows flexibility for us to.
Okay. Okay.
Do you just want to get down? Yeah, just want to get down there quickly, John, okay.
So that special work group for this, when have they committed to deliver their final draft?
So we have a working draft now, some I'll continue down the list here. So we did occur at this particular September meeting, that number 2 item that says park parcels remaining. This is in reference to the open space and residual lands dedicated as part of the 2013 development agreement. These lands will either be conveyed to community association or some other third party. Majority of these are in Ocean Park, and so the community association or the Ocean Park Homeowners Association are the 2 entities that these particular parcels have been conveyed to or will be conveyed to. And so to start that process of converting those zoning designations, some from R2, majority of them from R2 to Park and Open Space Zoning District, those have begun. There are one more set of open space parcels to occur. That is connected to a larger residual lands of Marsh Islands. And so that official designation, we're still having to coordinate with the community association and the partners to ensure that those have been cleaned up. But that process has started already, and sort of tracks that same deadline or target deadline for November reading. The third there is base zoning districts.
Hold on. So number 2. So just for me to understand, so these larger, lawn areas in Ocean Park, that's what we are talking about.
Yeah, those center areas that are contain lagoon or open space, those are technically zone R2 right now residential, and so we just want to convert those to the parks and open space segment.
Which means they cannot be touched, nothing could be built upon.
Right.
And the goal with this, the objective with this is to have an absolute number in terms of parcels remaining.
No, so the goal is to really ensure that our zoning and land use designations marry up to how those parcels are developed and marry to what essentially entitlements remain. So Ocean Park has been really developed. When I say developed, those parcels have been subdivided. There's no more remaining entitlements in Ocean Park as far as the 2013 development agreement is concerned. So that particular, those areas that are residual lands, we just are converting those from the designation of R2 to park.
Okay.
And that took place on that took place last Wednesday. The Planning Commission made a recommendation to send that forth to Town Council. So that'll be on your agenda next month for public hearing and first reading.
Parcels, like I said, there's one other main principal parcel that is connected to some Marsh Islands, so it's just have not been rectified or to establish its own team. So we're going to look at the work with the other 2 entities to get them done. Continue. Okay. The third is the addition of base zoning districts within our zoning code, and this was introduced as well to the Planning Commission. So within our 2013 development agreement, there are a number of parcels that are unidentified as mixed use or dual zoning, however you want to interchange those, that language, but essentially to marry over at the end of the development agreement, we want to ensure parcels have a single district applied to them as far as zoning designation. So there are a number of parcels that I listed that you can see here, that we just want to make sure that they have a single zoning category attached to them. So as part of this process, there'll be a number of rezonings. For example, I listed a few of these here. We look at parcel 13, we look at the fingers at Mingo, Little Rabbit, Riverview. All those areas have areas of designation of multiple land use categories, and so we just want to have a single district apply to those. So what that entails is us either rezoning parcels to how those parcels have been developed, that would be staff recommendation, or have a category that accepts how the entitlements reflect based on the development agreement, so that there's consistency from what it is today to future.
I mean, I think, this is
yeah,
a
I've got a
topic
few-
for the Planning Commission first to decide, but I'm not exactly sure I understand why some of them that are listed here under nuance status in that column would require a mixed-use category. I mean, I understand that, you know, in the development agreement, there are certain, you know, mixed-use zoning definitions used for those, but why would we not approach it the same way or similar way as number 2 and assign them to zones or districts that are, you know, true? I mean, Riverview is a purely, you know, residential area. Why would it need to have a mixed-use category?
So let me do clarify that. So I listed the parcels that are mixed-use categories by the DA, as opposed to what would be that, whatever that future designation. So what's that, for example, you listed Riverview, that would be staff recommendation to rezone that back to R2 as it's been developed, comparable to the R2 category within our zoning code. So it wouldn't be a mixed-use designation, in my opinion, as far as outline whatever the future zoning designation is. This listed of, these parcels that are listed here are the ones that have those,
No, I understand that, but except for parcel 13 and whatever Beachwalker Lagoon is, that's the first time I was reading this when I got this page. Everything else to me doesn't seem to be a mixed-use category.
they are by their current classification in the DA.
I understand that, John.
I think one
I'm
of
just
the
saying where
things-
we are going from where we are right now to, you know, after the sunsetting
So
of
it
the
may be
development agreement.
easier to, if you break it down, so the dual zoning, Mingle Point, Riverview, they have dual zonings, but they've been developed as residential, so the recommendation would be residential. So Timbers has dual zoning. It's actually have what we consider commercial and multifamily. So what John would do, Timbers and the Cape, which is, Timbers is already developed, so the recommendation from staff would be to not create a non-conforming use, then they would recommend that you have some sort of continuation of a dual zoning there. Planning Commission can come back and say, well, we see that it's currently was developed because the development agreement creates the dual zoning. It was developed as a dual zoning. Staff's recommendation would keep that dual zoning so we don't create non-conforming use. The Planning Commission come back and say, well, we as a commission recommend that it goes to an R3 and then it goes to council. So essentially then we'll be creating non-conforming use. So he can lay that all
Right,
out.
because
for
when I
him.
was reading this, I felt like all of these different topics, including, you know, Mingo North, Mingo South, et cetera, which are not buildable because I thought they were in conservation. But so each of those parcels that currently have these mixed things in the development agreement will then have a clear recommendation from staff which zoning category to assign to each of them.
Yeah, so I just want to explain this a little bit more in detail. So if you looked at the zoning map today, those parcels, Mingo North and Mingo South, those, they said are in conservation or won't be built upon. Those technically still reflect, because of the development entitlement, still reflect that dual zoning that you just want to deal as this expires, convert those to what would be more appropriate through the conservation of park open space.
Exactly. So that's why, you know, this is why Stephanie recommended that you basically go through each of these parcels for the planning commission and say, okay, this should be, you know, conservation, this should be R2, this should be R3, but none of them will probably remain as a mixed use, right?
I mean, yes, so their staff recognition will be for a number of these mixed use, and primarily only the ones that are either, when we look at parcel 13, so that would be Timbers, the Cape, as we see now, potentially what those would be developed along the Beachwalker, because those are contemplated mixed use zoning, so those would be the only ones. The remaining of those probably either be, PR or conservation.
So John, I mean, picking up on what Michael said and what Stephanie, you know, where we need to draw this out is, are we comfortable with ultimately creating a new category that doesn't exist in the town zoning code right now? There are, in the development agreement, dual zoning classifications. It's only a paragraph in the development agreement itself that allows for not either or, but a combination of the two. So there's no mixed-use zoning classification currently in the code or in the development agreement. Now, it may be that if we just let the development agreement expire without doing anything further, and then you revert to dual zoning use, but you actually have to combine, you would have non-conforming uses at only 2 parcels, the Cape and the Timbers. And I'm not sure that that's necessarily a problem to have non-conforming use, because it's ever sold, then it might revert back to residential, and you would not be able to have both uses any longer. But the bigger question I have is, if you were simply applying a new zoning category to the Timbers and the Cape, which are already developed, that would be one thing. But what you just said is Upper and Lower Beachwalker, which are not yet developed. And if we did that, then we would be effectively extending the benefits of the development agreement for the benefit of the developer, even though that development agreement has expired. And I think that's where the real problem lies. It should revert back to whatever zoning classification it is under the code right now, and if it's dual use, then they have to pick one or the other. They can't do both.
So that's the sort of issue that we would want to solidify where, I mean, we can create I guess a plan too where there is this optional zoning, but that's the issue from a legal standpoint that's been raised, that we don't want to have this option where you choose. And so I think that's the thing that we want to be able to.
Well, but that's what we live there. I mean, I've raised that issue, and we don't need to belabor the ARDA, but that's one of the issues I've raised with the ARDA all along, is it has this dual zoning. So I don't know why all of a sudden now we would be.
It's correcting the things that have been already issued at the expiration of this development agreement, it's cleaning up those things that
Either dual zoning is fine, or it's not.
And I think, like you said, at the other parcels at the planning commission level, what staff could recommend, and then what the planning commission decides and ultimately go to council, you all can either reverse decisions, you can uphold the decisions, and with regards to Lower and Upper Beachwalker, Lower Beachwalker, or parcel, Lot 1, Lower Beachwalker, they have submitted site plan. If that is approved, they're going through the process, and if that's approved, it becomes vested. And then it becomes how long is that vested right and where are they vested under? And then Upper is the same thing in a portion of
And
that.
yes, if the site plan is approved, and if there is final plat approval.
Correct.
that-
Then between the
That would be
Upper, for those 2 parcels on Upper and Lower, so they would have the vested dual
But that
zoning.
hasn't happened.
That's correct. That would have to happen, yeah.
those are also individual parcels, so it's not necessarily saying staff recommendation would be mixed use for all of those. It's just based on what I think the current standards are that would be comfortable for staff's recommendation. And so my gut check, initial reaction is to go off whatever the feels comfortable based on what's been submitted today, based on that site plan review. Because so it's not necessarily an absolute of saying that these all want to be mixed use zoning.
Everything that's been submitted thus far is residential only for those. Yes, the only thing that's been submitted is church parcel, parcel 11, and lot 1, and all of those are residential only.
All of those have not been, all of the parcels that are undeveloped have not been submitted for.
And that's exactly the point, is that to not give the benefits of the development agreement, extend those further, it should revert, and if they want to come back with a planned development proposal later on, that's fine.
So, let me also share this, I mean, I think, when I say create a base zoning district, it's not necessarily saying that everything that's within the development agreement will carry forward, but it's utilizing that as the base to set up whatever the new zoning category will be. So, doesn't mean it's apples to apples, it's just that recommendation that will come forward, we need to establish a zoning district that will allow the most appropriate uses there based on that area, based on how it's been developed or presented to you.
Well, certainly,
So-
this
so
is
at
a,
the end of the-
I'm just going to say, this is a major issue, right? I mean, as we sit here today, this is a big deal to try to get however it's going to be resolved this last quarter. So it's, what you're working on it, certainly the planning commission is very much engaged in it, and as you can well imagine, members of council will be very much engaged. So we're working under a real strict time frame here, so,
But at the end of the process, not to oversimplify it, but what we'll end up with is we'll have a list of properties and a list of the proposed zoning for those properties when the development agreement expires. Is that not?
Stephanie's kind of outlined, staff will make a recommendation, plan commission will make a recommendation, and council will see it and make the ultimate.
And so if we've got, pick a number, 12 properties, we might agree with the recommendations for 10 of them, but there might be 2 that we have some opposition to because we don't think it's necessarily the best way to go. And we can change those. Is that, so, yeah, so,
What is
So-
important, I think, from this discussion, John, is that John Taylor here, realizes that we are very sensitive to this topic. I know that
everybody
the
knows that.
Planning Commission is very sensitive to this topic, right? So we need to be very careful, and I agree with Brad that we need to especially be very careful not to extend, benefits of the development agreement in one way or the other beyond December.
well, let's
3rd or 4th.
look at it a different way. Rather than say we don't want to extend any of these, why don't we say we want to be very careful in that we understand precisely what we're doing with the zoning for these properties that are in question today. That's really, the development agreement will become irrelevant. And so what we're really most interested in is, what are we doing with these specific properties going forward? Because if none of them will say, extend the development agreement. They will specifically identify the zoning that we want for that property.
And that's what I just,
and that's what-
I said, John.
and that's-
Because
that-
by picking the zoning for any of those properties could extend the benefits from the developer.
It could, but we may want
That's
to.
why we need a clear list, right, for each of these properties as question. And we need to understand what was in the development agreement, what is proposed by staff, what is actually currently built upon, right? And what then is the right decision for
Right,
each
so-
of these properties.
And just want to qualify one thing on timing, because it relates very much to this point, and it gets kind of jumping down. Rescission of most of 2013-14. In my view, the most critical thing that this body needs to do, so there needs to be a first reading, a hearing, and a second reading, is make sure that that occurs before the end of the development agreement. Because if that's not the case, John, then the expiration of the development agreement, it
Has limited impact.
has virtually no impact.
Well, on that particular point, yeah, on the zoning points.
With everything, because the development agreement continues because council's taken the
I'm with you.
position that it is part of the town zoning code. So therefore, that needs to happen. When this says the last thing that needs to occur, I respectfully disagree with that. That it needs to happen. If we want to change the base zoning, that can occur at any point in time, subsequent thereto. It doesn't have to be done the day that the development agreement expires.
But, again, if you start a process with the end in mind,
That's fine.
then we're saying that point has to be done by the November town council meeting, which would be before the
Yes,
expiration.
yes. So the second reading, at that point, if the other stuff gets done, because we think we better to line all those up, that's fine. If the change in the base zoning doesn't happen, then it is what it is. The development agreement goes away if we've
That's right.
rescinded, and everything just falls back reverts to what's in the town zoning code right now. We can, in the fullness of time, the meetings are thereafter, if we choose to change the base zoning code, we can certainly do so. I have no problem with trying to line it
But
up.
if these are documented properly come November,
Yeah.
we'll probably have a
Yeah.
pretty easy time
Yes.
getting those
Absolutely,
done
yes.
on the agenda. But the key is November. That's the key.
Not that far away.
No, but that's the key. And that's why I asked John the question that I did, and his answer was yes, by November.
John, is this discussion, is this consistent with what you're working on? Okay.
Okay, but we only have 2.5 months. So if we have a disagreement or cannot come to an agreement in those 2.5 months between the staff and the planning commission and the town council, we are getting in trouble.
Well, just
that's
remember,
why
we can
I-
have, we can also, so don't focus on, obviously, the dates, because in 2 months, you all may be busy, but we can do a lot of special call meetings. So you only need essentially, well, if it's ordinance, 7 days apart, but 24 hours. So if we need to have meetings, just be prepared to be able to have a lot of meetings between October and November to get this done.
Well, that's why I would least like to have on the calendar in the next meeting, October meeting, is first reading of the rescission 2013-14, carving out A and B, because you want to include Freshfields in there, because it's actually been incorporated into the code. But we can have first reading, have that done and out of the way.
that's what it says right there, and we ought to be sure.
Yeah. Regardless of what else the planning commission
That one's
is
the
thinking.
key.
Yeah.
That one is October, must be October.
So since we are talking about ordinance 2013-14, John, in your column purpose and directive, you're saying ordinance to amend to rescind. Which of the two is it? No, I'm asking John, so.
So that was, probably a little bit further around we choose, it was really to amend so that we don't include the fresh fuels component and rescind the component that talks about connecting the two. So it's word choice there that combines, but we really should be amending so that we don't include that fresh fuels component.
I think that's probably right. You amend the ordinance 2013-14, and the amendment would be to rescind or repeal subparagraph A, which is adopting the entirety of the agreement. You leave in place B and C, which is B is the Freshfields Village, and then C is the zoning map at that time.
So I didn't include any updates about the architecture review board, just been given to the task force. And so we don't see any updates as far as timeline as it compares to anything other agreement.
It's not really linked to the development agreement.
Yeah, the only thing that is, the only applicability of the development agreement is that there is a sentence in the development agreement that says the town shall not establish its own architectural review board. Put aside whether that's enforceable, that's a provision of the development agreement. So that restriction would go away, so that would moot any issue with regard to the validity of that. But right now, I don't think there's a present intention. My guess, Michael, you can, a different view, that there would be a recommendation coming out of the task force that the town be the principal body to establish its own architectural review board, but support for a tree ordinance and potentially landscaping ordinance.
But even, anyway, different discussion.
The final one there is just to sign. This was also one that was going to be coupled with the landscape tree preservation ordinance. We broke it out just as we wanted to get the tree preservation in immediately. So that was broken out from that first category. This will be something that comes forward. It's not as robust as far as I think intent needs. So right now, the intent is that we'll have one coming for a recommendation, but it's not as purposeful today as the tree preservation and landscape.
Okay, but,
Have a separate sign ordinance.
but what's the timeline? I mean, I understand that this timeline probably doesn't have to match the November, December dates, but then what's the timeline? I'm asking because of the tree ordinance being around for a long time as a task, so I think we want to put a timeline here. Is it like the end of the first quarter, or, for example?
The goal would be essentially, once we have the tree preservation ordinance in for recommendation, that subcommittee can transition and focus on that. So I would say before the end of this year, we will have a draft, and the first quarter would be appropriate.
So the end of the first quarter is what we should put in here as a timeline.
It says Q1 2024.
That's the target, yes. That's
Okay, John, thank you.
So what's about this urban growth boundary topic?
Is there anything that you wanted to add? There's 2 points. Is there anything you wanted to add about the slides on the urban growth boundary, John?
So I want to update you on the urban growth boundary conversations that have been held for some time now. And if you recall, at the beginning of this year, even last year, we talked about looking beyond the gates, the town being more intent of what happens sort of in its front door, looking at the undeveloped areas around Freshfields, Betsy Carrison, the like. The urban growth boundary has been one of the planning tools that Charleston County has utilized since 1999 in its comprehensive plan to help delineate urban-suburban growth from its rural counter. And so as a planning tool, that has been the most effective way for the region to sort of manage growth. And so from a town's perspective, what's being recommended by staff is the town really jumping on board to support that initiative or planning tool in a regional effort. The urban growth boundary, as you all have seen more recently, has impacts to how intense development can occur, being recommended to occur with the most recent project across the street at the Bohica Marina expansion project. And so just to give you an understanding of where staff is recommending today, a resolution has been put forth, and that resolution, which will come before you in October for consideration, it's been reviewed by the Planning Commission this month. And that resolution just makes a formal stance that's saying the town, we will support the urban growth boundary, and this is based on its current location, and that in the future, we want to be able to more closely work with Charleston County, Town of Seabrook, service providers to essentially help development marry closely to how the urban growth boundary has been applied. And in tangent with that, that allows us to look at how all of this pressure that we're feeling at the front door of Kiowa can look and feel in the future as far as development. The thing that I want to, I guess, give you pointers and clues, that last sheet that was included as part of your materials is for the next step. So in us working closely with Charleston County, the first step from staff's recommendation after this resolution would be to us to formally adopt the urban growth boundary within our code. And then number two, take a step for us to say, hey, Charleston County, what can we do together as far as policy-wise to ensure that the urban growth boundary is protected? That's a number of steps that could occur. The first I'm recommending is this IGA, which is the intergovernmental agreement. For the last month and a half, I've been meeting with Charleston County planning staff to research. They've been researching things that we can pull from other municipalities, other jurisdictions. There isn't anything really in our state. There's one example, I think, down in the lower part of the state, down at Lady Island, Hilton Head, that area that utilizes sort of an urban growth boundary planning tool in the way that we want to apply it as two jurisdictions working together. But majority of the examples that we've seen are out west, in larger counties and townships that are trying to protect urban growth boundaries in a different means of annexation, et cetera. So the conversations of annexation, you know that it's not been a town goal for us to just go and annex property, but how does annexation play into a part of this? So one of the things, if you've seen inside that resolution, it's the saying, hey, the town will always evaluate annexation proposals based on our current annexation manual and policies that was crafted a year ago, 2 years ago. But we would choose as a town to not annex property outside of the urban growth boundary. And that's just something that most, I can't say most, but other municipalities in the area have done as agreed upon. And so that helps us create the balance because we know that inside the urban growth boundary is where development is often driven because of the available services, infrastructure, et cetera.
John, just so I understand, this word supports. So in the property across the street, we supported, that they being Seabrook Council uphold the, okay. But we said that in, we put that in writing, we've said that as a council, but this resolution still uses supports. So what is that? Just that it formalizes it? And specifically, this property up the street in terms of the medical village. So by us taking this more formal approach in terms of we really support the urban growth boundary, what does that do to that property? That's outside of it, correct?
So that's all inside the urban
Or
growth
inside
boundary.
of it?
That's
Okay.
inside.
And
So I
that's
think-
saying that we wouldn't, quote, support that project.
No, that's not what this is saying. This is saying that we will respect that urban growth boundary. So the decision that the council made to send a letter over to Seabrook regarding Bohica Marina, that was sort of and I think this would normally happen, it's kind of a site-by-site, case-by-case evaluation of should the town engage in a particular matter outside its jurisdiction.
Right.
This particular resolution would allow us to say anything outside the urban growth boundary that doesn't support that UGB, we can technically say the town has a position on that already, absent of it having to be a one case-by-case
Right, that's,
scenario.
okay.
So it basically gives, my interpretation would be, it gives stability to an investor, knowing that if he is thinking about buying a property on the west side of, let's say, Kerrison, that we will not support any development on that land.
Outside of what's currently correct, yeah.
And that's a fair thing, and it's consistent with what we did with the Bohica Marina expansion project.
Just one minor qualification, Michael. It's not that we wouldn't support or we'd oppose any development. It's to not extend, we would not support extending the UGB to enable greater, more dense development than would otherwise be allowed under existing zoning ordinances in Charleston County outside the UGB, which is, I think, now all other than pre-existing planned developments, AG-R and AG-8.
So twofold, this would do precisely what Michael just referenced, but also it would say, hey, we support where that line is today, so we're not asking for that line to be moved. Yeah.
So John and Mr. Mayor, I just want to let you know, so I was at the last Johns Island Task Force meeting last week, and a number of people came up to Brad and myself, thanking the town of Kiowa for getting more involved than it had in the past with respect to holding the line. So, John, I wanted to make sure you knew that your work has been acknowledged and is being observed by at least the people in the Johns Island Task Force. And I wanted to make sure you were aware of it, your efforts are being noted, and I wanted to thank you for that.
Just, John, maybe you can give us an update on the potential for an IGA. Because I think, was it Michael, you and I, or I can't remember, Russ and I were at a meeting with Boykin and Joe Boykin and Jenny Honeycutt, along with the county planning commission staff. And the county, I think the county planning, correct me if I'm wrong, but county planning commission staff kind of heretofore had evinced general support for the idea of an IGA with maybe the county, the city, Seabrook, but it raised a number of hurdles with regard to the ability to actually craft and get agreement on an IGA.
And, yeah, I that's sort of the next step. So in that last sheet, I've listed some things that I would consider the town would be generally advocating for within that IGA. And to your point, the hurdles, I think, so since that meeting, staff has been meeting with Charleston County staff, trying to research and provide some tools. The hurdles are going to be, when you look at the placement of the line, it's down the center of Betsy Carrison Parkway. So on one side, you have rural, on the other side, you have urban, suburban. The other part of that, one side is in one jurisdiction of one council member and the other in another council member's jurisdiction. So the temperament of county council members are to support things that are in other people's jurisdiction. And so that's part of the hurdle of us having this urban growth boundary touch two county council members' districts. So in this effort, staff has been trying to find low-hanging fruit that both those county council members could support. And so at this stage, I think what we have landed on at least is everyone can get on the boat that's saying, hey, we don't want to move this line. So if all the municipalities in the area can agree that this line is in place, we can make it as difficult for anyone who's requesting to move that line having it sign off. That's the lowest, I think, hanging fruit. The next tier that I've listed, and I've reached out to Kiowa's utility, their service area is just on the other side of the bridge, Kiowa proper. But Seabrook's service area includes Freshfields and the like, and so we know with the Bohicket Marine expansion, they would have essentially had to expand their services beyond that. And so one of those things is, can we work with the service providers to say, hey, when a proposal comes forth, can we agree on an area that this is the only area that will be serviced, similar to how Freshfields was already done years ago, saying, hey, when these properties are developed, this is already being accounted for. So we don't want to extend that line further down Betsy Carrison and really concentrate the commercial or more intense development at the nodes, meaning the end here in Freshfields and then River Road and Bohicket intersection. The other part is that regarding annexation, I know everyone gets worked up about the word annexation. None of the stuff that staff has been preparing, none of the stuff that we've been sharing as part of the comprehensive plan process is talking about the town aggressively going to annex every particular property, but it's realizing that the town needs to have a position or at least some thought about how annexation can either help the town address its goals in the future. And so this is saying, hey, we would notify the county if there's a potential annexation request. The county would take a position, not necessarily take a position, but at least let us know based on, similar to what Bohicket Marine Expansion Project was, because that was outside of the town of Seabrook's jurisdiction, that the adjacent municipality would have some influence over how that project is received. Maybe it's not a formal yes or no, but at least they've taken that into consideration as part of their. The last thing is, because I've noted on one side is rural, the other side is suburban, urban, you don't really see oftentimes where you have urban growth boundaries. You can, and this is, I think, one of those hurdles that Mr. Butler, you mentioned. The medical, I'll just use an example. So the medical village that has been proposed on Betsy Carrison, let's just say that that was built. And because it's within the urban growth boundary, you probably would have council members and county council would automatically support it at whatever its use is based on it being within the urban growth boundary. But if you look across the street, you can have a 3-story building on the urban growth side, and then across the street, maybe it's now rural. And so because that line splits the right-of-way, from a staff recommendation, we want to look at more so the characteristic opposed to just the land use type. So whether that includes increasing buffers or height restrictions, this is one of the things that I think will be a hurdle in us having something in that IGA that the county will agree to holistically that reduces the aesthetics or characteristics of what the building would look like. And this is more so transforming to an overlay district for Betsy Carrison.
So I understand that, John, but, I think at least from my point of view, interested in the other opinions here, but my premier objective for an IGA would be to protect the current status of the urban growth boundary. I understand that there are aesthetic issues, between the east side and the west side of Betsy Carrison, et cetera, but I think the main purpose for an IGA is really to protect that line. So whatever else you guys want to throw into the conversation that makes it more difficult to get to an IGA is maybe not a smart idea.
I would
So
say,
for
I
us-
think we can have that today. I was just trying to get the next steps of.
I know, and we have talked about overlays and all of this stuff, but I think what is really essential for us is to have an IGA with Charleston County that manifests the borders of the urban growth boundary, at least for 10 years, and then hopefully then for the next 10 years and the next 10 years. So whatever we can do, both from a content point of view, but also what we as a council and council members can do to help you to get that IGA, established with Charleston County, I think is very essential.
That, I was going to say that's helpful because I let county staff know that we were having this discussion today, and so I asked them that you guys probably would give me guidance to where we land next. So if that's something absolute that you want us to move forward immediately, I think that can happen.
I at least would support that very much.
One other thought, and I just, it popped in my head, given the fact that a question had been raised when Russ and I were at the meeting about the State Scenic Highway. Betsy Carrison, or is it Bohicket and Betsy Carrison, or just Bohicket?
Well, Bohick, what, you're talking about state-owned?
Yeah, the state, designation is a State Scenic
Oh,
Highway.
I didn't know about the designation. Is it probably Bohicket,
think
I
it's
would think,
Bohicket.
because I don't think
So,
Betsy Carrison.
two things. One, Bohicket's a State Scenic Highway. Betsy Carrison is owned by SC.
Half is owned by the state and half is owned by the county,
Okay.
or at least, yeah.
So the question, I don't know whether we've, when I was reading in the context of question raised, the State Scenic Highway Act, there is a separate title for each designated, only 6 or 8 or something like in the whole state. But like there were some, and Bohicket didn't, actually have a provision that you can't remove any grand trees in the right-of-way without a DOT approval. But the question is, could we explore, a state option to potentially put in additional protections, no additional encroachment or something off of Bohicket, and maybe even the same thing off of Betsy Carrison, that would actually work with the state and relevant oversight committees and members to see if there's protection, regardless of what we or Seabrook or the state would want.
John, quick question. So Betsy Carrison, I know, from one section on Causeways owned by the state. Is it essentially the outside urban growth boundary on Betsy Carrison? Is all of that all the way to River Road state? And I know the right side, which is some of us inside the urban growth boundary, is actually owned by the county road. So I was getting to, it may be difficult, well, on Betsy Carrison, the side that we can ask the state, on their portion of the road that they own, but on the county side, maybe there's something that but that's inside maybe the urban growth boundary on the county side.
Yeah, I think that complicate. I don't see exactly. I know that does complicate the factor because of the two jurisdictions there. I do think it's a higher hurdle. The state has been really not, careful with my words here, adamant about direct impact on land use, more so than just infrastructure. So let me study that one.
And take a look at the provision regarding Bohicket. It's a little, you say, beyond the gates. Why our title for Bohicket doesn't include the same restriction as most of the other ones do on grand trees within the right-of-way. But it's just a thought. Just so everybody, I think probably everybody has a good sense of this. One of the things we're dealing with is the political dynamic vis-a-vis the UGB inside and outside. And you mentioned different different council members represent different districts. Joe Boykin, who represents Johns Island, is generally very kind of pro-maintaining the agricultural and rural character of Johns Island. So he's fiercely protective of overdevelopment of anything outside the UGB and any expansion of the UGB. Our council member, Jenny Honeycutt, Michael, is this an overstatement to say that she's generally pro-development? And kind of her attitude has been, if it's inside the UGB, even if it's only zoned R4 right now, she would be generally supportive of any reclassification to higher density mixed commercial use. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. I wish we could roll back the UGB, but I don't think that's doable, but so at least it's protected. But that's the dynamic, we're dealing with.
So would be
John,
also,
thank you. Let's keep moving on here, but thank you. I think what you've outlined, you've heard the support. I think you've outlined it very, very well. I also think that this addresses some of the comments that were made earlier relative to some definition or clarity on annexation and outside the gates and things like that. I also think, Steph, the board members of the association should hear this type of discussion too. I mean, even though probably it falls more within our jurisdiction than it may be in terms of the community association, everybody has interests relative to, what's going to happen, where it's going to happen, how it's going to happen, and what exactly the role the town's going to play. So I think that would be another subject that we could put as a possible agenda item. Okay, thanks, buddy. Gosh, it's an easy one. The next one, are we comfortable with it? Well, anyway, John?
So we are continuing to review these ordinances. We get a lot of input from town residents and property owners about things that trigger us to go and look at ordinances. Michael sent me an email yesterday about an ordinance that he believes might be in conflict with some of the rules that are out there. And it's just a slow, arduous process to go through it. We're also going back on, and we'll talk about it later today, the short-term rental ordinance, and if we need to make any adjustments there. We've had some complaints from residents about noise ordinance that we did just a year ago, and we've taken another look at some of those. I stood in a backyard at 5:45 in the morning to be sure that we are in compliance with the ordinance from a resort standpoint. So it's a slow process. We're not really wordsmithing ordinances. We're looking for things that really are in conflict and getting input to the extent that we need to get input. So I would suspect that every month there probably will be an ordinance or two on the agenda that we look at. That's it.
That's generally well known that we're doing this, isn't it?
I think so. I mean, every month we have an ordinance or two on the agenda that we're looking at.
Yes, so I'll just have a brief update. We currently have about 33 million in our investments that are in LGIP, the local government investment pool. This organization is consistent with the main principles of governmental investment, that is first safety, liquidity, and yield is third. However, with the current interest rates, we've earned last year, for example, we've earned about a little over 1.1 million in interest with LGIP. Currently, the rates are about 5,600 basis points. This is a short-term investment tool. And as one of my goals for this year is to have an RFP out for investment or / finance advisor, and I will do that after the audit. We just finished with the banking services selection, and I will have that to seek some longer-term options for investments. Another item that I was presenting a couple of months ago, our fiscal policy, and I would like to, I specifically didn't want to put this on the agenda because I really want to spend some time on that topic. So maybe one of those Ways and Means meetings that we don't have a lot of items on the agenda, we can revisit the fiscal policy. Or I would like for the town, currently our policy pretty much calls for 20% of our general fund expenditures to be designated at the reserves. What I proposed, or I will propose when we look at this policy, that we designate per certain amounts per risks, identify some risks, and one of them is, of course, the hurricanes or emergencies related to hurricanes. So maybe next month or in November, we can look at that policy and spend a little more time than rush through this, because this is going to be a resolution that we want to put in our accounting policy, and I feel like it's very important that we'll have some time designated to it.
Dorota, just for discussion purposes, because you said like hurricanes, so a previous council had already agreed, and we already moved, I don't remember what the percentage is of funds to a hurricane or...
So we, years ago, we established the fund that is 20% of local accommodation tax and hospitality tax that goes towards emergency fund that could be spent on cleanup or whatever. So we have not used that money yet, so it has been building. There is another fund, it's a capital fund. It's also 20% from both of those funds that we accumulating. But again, those funds are about, I want to say about 5 million right now. And but I did, looking at the cost and probable cost of the hurricane is just really impossible to pretty much to estimate that number. So based on some research looking how other municipalities address that, I will propose that we have a certain amount that hopefully will just help us to start with the process of cleanup. But again, I will maybe do it at October or November Ways and Means in more detail.
I've been a little confused about what our potential exposure is as a town or as a municipality to a hurricane. When you say cleanup, would we only be able to, or would our only responsibility for cleanup be along Kiowa Island Parkway and Beachwalker Drive and maybe the beaches? I'm asking the question, would it not include anything behind the gate? That would be the KICA's responsibility.
So the town has a MOU with KICA with regards to emergency management. If a storm, once the storm passes, in our MOU, we would do the initial cut and toss behind the gate, and FEMA will reimburse us back for the initial cut and toss behind the gate. FEMA now, they have what's called the private property debris removal. So depending on the nature of the storm, if the town feels like, and KICA and we all agree that, yes, we're going to go behind the gate and do more than an initial cut and toss, we would either have to get FEMA approval first, or what the town has done in the past is that we went ahead and cleaned up and submitted the claims. Before 2 storms, we got our up to 75% or 80%, depending on the time, we got reimbursed back from FEMA. One of the storms, I believe it was Ida, maybe, don't remember, or Dorian. We did that, and FEMA came back and said, we're not going to reimburse you back from behind the gate because you didn't get the pre-approval. But we said we've got it done in the past, and there were some other things that they didn't approve. So under a previous council, under Mayor Weaver, it was, and this discussion kind of occurs all the time, but the conversation became, okay, if the association wants the town to go behind the gate and do beyond the initial cut and toss, then we need to get some reassurance from the association that if the town submits the claim, if we don't get reimbursed back, that the association will reimburse the town back for all the private debris we removed. We already do, beyond, if we're going to do the cleanup, the town already does the when I say clean up behind the gate, we do, from our trash service, we may recall, we work, and we essentially do that. But beyond that, it is, depending on the nature of the storm, and if we want to essentially get in quickly and clean up, that KICA, it has to be an understanding that if we don't get reimbursed back from FEMA, that they will reimburse us back. If it's just a debris storm, which has occurred, then the town would just say, simply say, we're going to do the initial cut and toss, and that's it. The rest is on KICA. We're going to do our road, beach walker, and the beach, but then anything else, it's just initial cut and toss, and then FEMA, and then KICA takes care of the rest. So it all depends on the nature of the storm, and then from typically, the mayor have a conversation in terms of if we're going to go behind the gate and do cleanup. That's happened in the past. So I'm not sure if that, so it's kind of all depends on the storm, and we've done both ways.
Well, that creates some uncertainty. I don't know whether there's an ability to bake in all the different contingencies into agreement to clarify who's responsible.
Well, we had roads in there, and we have clarity in terms of initial cut and toss, but it really depends on the storm and the impact it has on the island. So again, if it's just a debris, and KICA can handle that, it's like, no, we're not going to go behind the gate because it's just debris, and your debris team can go in and do everything. We had one of the storms where it was a little bit beyond just debris, and so the town had decided to go ahead and go behind the gate and not just only do the initial cut and toss, but we went ahead and did the cleanup, and we were reimbursed our normal percentage from FEMA.
Right, to say the least. We do have an agreement. I've taken the position, we just do everything we can to get the island up and running. We do have an MOU, we do run into problems with it. Because if we're not reimbursed by FEMA, we're supposed to be reimbursed by the association. That hasn't happened.
And I would say it's not, for the association, at least when I've been here, it's not, we have not submitted anything to the association to get reimbursed back. It's not that we've asked and they didn't reimburse us back.
have to turn it back to the residents, and the residents have
So
to,
we've-
somebody's going to pay for
Yeah.
it. So
Yeah.
what we have, but
Right.
it's a sensitive issue.
And we've got, like I said, all except for one storm, we've gotten reimbursed, the appropriate reimbursement back from FEMA.
With regard to any single storm, what is the most, the highest cost that the unreimbursed cost the town has incurred?
Oh, well, it may have been,
Like 600,000.
was it Matthew?
Yeah.
Or Dorian?
It was the Dorian.
Dorian, because we didn't get reimbursed back from FEMA on the behind the gate. They denied that claim. We got back from the public side, but not from the private side.
About 600,000, if I recall correctly. It was a significant amount that we have not gotten.
On a related topic, since we own the beach per se, are we going to do anything to fix the dunes that were damaged?
So we manage the beach. We don't own it. The state owns the beach.
State owns it.
The town manages the beach. It's a public beach. It's not a private
So
beach.
then, all right, same question then with respect to.
The dunes, and Jim can probably talk about that, in terms of if the dunes are damaged, there's a scraping that we can apply for scraping, but the dunes are really just kind of, I don't know how,
Some
I know
were
that's
breached.
KICA.
There were a number of breaches, so I'm wondering if we're going to just leave
Well,
it.
Jim will talk about that, because we did things, and people visually may think there was a breach, but Jim would talk, he's going to talk about that in his presentation.
Just, I want to be clear on this. When you say that state owns the beach and we manage it, the state owns it from mean high water tide seaward, not the deep,
Right.
not the dune.
Not the dunes, KICA has that, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. So KICA owns the dunes?
Yeah, it was deeded to them from the Equates or through the,
Private, if they're pre-existing.
owns almost all the dunes. There's a few spots that the resort owns some dunes.
And are there any along Eugenia where still?
it's still privately.
Owners still own kind of their slice of the dunes?
But the majority of the dunes was deeded over to KICA. Or an easement or some sort.
Okay, so any other questions? I just want to keep it short, and I will report back for Ways and Means in a couple of months. No? Thank you.
Aaron? Yeah. Or everybody, if you want to take a break, just grab your coffee or whatever. Let's just keep going. All right, let's take a
We're going to take a break, Aaron. You're going to take.
trigger the next week or two.
This is,
We're still live streaming, right? Oh, you never stopped it, right?
yeah, this is still, we're still in session here. This is a follow-up to what we didn't do with Aaron or Hubert and Hart. And that's a good reason, back in January or February. But now we have time as an issue. So Aaron was kind enough to put together a whole series of slides. So maybe if you could just take some of the top high points and we can ask questions of you and the like, so.
So you're going to see in there, I detailed all of your 5 goals and then how communications is supporting them. I won't go through that, but some of the highlights, the audiences that we're currently targeting or messaging towards are property owners, short-term rentals, guests and visitors, businesses and partnering agency, and contractors. And then you'll also see a slide with the various tasks that we do throughout our department. So our analytics, our e-newsletter is a 58% open rate. This is, the national average is 22%, so it's much higher. And so that's one of the digital ways that we communicate with people. Podcasts, we have over 3,000 all-time total downloads. From when I started to August, the podcasts ranged from 50 to 100 downloads. So this is the audio version, where on YouTube, we have anywhere from 100 to 500 views per episode. So the audio, the visuals of the video is obviously, people are very interested in that because more people are viewing that. Some of the highest viewed podcasts since March include the episode with Stephanie Mayer and Councilmember Heidingsfelder. The Kika episode, it was the first one with Brad and Kevin, and then the resort episode with Mayor and Roger Warren. And we send those out bi-weekly. For social media, our engagement until now is about 11% for LinkedIn and Facebook, 5% for Instagram, and about 2% for Twitter. The typical engagement rate is usually 1 to 5%. That's usually the average. Right. I don't really always know what to call them because they change all the time. So Town Notes is a quarterly publication that we send out in print, and we also send it out through our e-newsletter. About 200 viewed the last edition digitally, and approximately 100 requested it in print version, which we sent them through the mail. These are also in our lobby. We have them out at some events, and then we also put them in Kika offices as well.
Sand Council?
Yes. So some of the future strategies
Can I
that...
ask, can I
Sure.
ask do you want her to finish, or can we? Okay. So what progress have we made to broaden our e-newsletter coverage? I mean, I gave you a lot of email addresses, and we talked about other means of finding them, from business license and short-term rental, et cetera. So where are we to at least offer, I mean, I'm not talking about spamming them right away, but at least offer them explicitly if they want to sign up or not?
So one of the strategies I'm going to talk about is the digital, overall increasing that digital reach. I'm going to talk to Kika about pushing it out through their e-newsletter, and then there's a couple other ways that I have further in here as well.
But have we sent out something yet to the additional emails we do have? Not yet. Okay. And then looking at Instagram and formerly Twitter, thank you, Brett, does it make sense that we spend time on that with these relatively low, penetration rates?
So I think Instagram, we could increase the rate eventually. We do have a lot of really great content from Turtle Patrol especially. And if we did have more visual content, which I'm going to talk about as one of the strategies, we could increase that engagement.
So
Twitter, I would say maybe not. Maybe we need to rethink that one. And that has some other complexities to that as well, but.
Before you move to strategies and back on the analytics, following up a conversation you and I had had, and Stephanie may have been part of this, the town notes. You had indicated that there is probably a disproportionate amount of staff time that's invested in preparing the quarterly town notes, and especially the print side of it. And, I posed the question, should we think about whether we no longer make that available, at least in print? And when I look at, the 100 copies and the amount of time and effort that goes into that relative to others that have greater reach, whether it might make sense to, at very least, only make that digitally available and not worry about going through the cost of printing. And even considering, because just the whole production, even for digital, is fairly expensive given the 205 views. There's good content in town notes, but that content could be embedded in the weekly e-newsletters.
Right.
You could have a feature each week that was otherwise in town notes.
And some of that content is repeated
Yeah,
as well.
so given that, what are your thoughts about whether or not we should consider best use of resources to, as much as I suspect 100 people appreciate it, whether that's the best use of staff time and resources?
So this is an older demographic, so there are definitely people that still appreciate the print version. Since there are copies going, in our lobby and other places, we don't really know how many people are picking them up there. I will say it does take a considerable amount of time to create these quarterly. We're writing all these articles, we have to get the content for it. I think we are starting to lean more towards digital communication. That seems to be where people are. They want to read it on their phone. They want to read the most timely information very quickly. A lot of our quarterly information is more evergreen content, or it's content that's not going to quickly evolve, if that makes sense. I think there's definitely a desire for people to get the most recent information, which the quarterly publication doesn't necessarily have that.
And also from a,
It just seemed to me that even with our aging population here, that if it's just reading the news, they're pretty technologically savvy. They may not be able to do a lot of research online necessarily, but, to pick up an iPad or some kind of pad or a phone I
So I don't think we,
I
so,
don't know why you would want to
and-
continue to print something if it's just
so in terms
not
of
looked at much.
the print copies, I'm not sure in your 100, does that include the ones that we put out, or those are just the ones we mail?
No, those are the ones we mail out.
So historically, when we were doing town notes, when I started, we were mailing them all out. So I don't remember how many copies we were producing. I don't know, 1,500, 1,600 copies or so. So we then went digital. But then what we said to residents, we're going to go digital. If you want a hard copy, let us know. So the reason why we have that low number is that people actually reached out to us and said, I would like to continue receiving a print copy. So, Councilmember Moffitt, and just what you're saying, yeah, you're right. I think we can be all digital. We just happen to have people that reached out to us and asked us to provide them a printed copy, and so we mail it to them.
but then also from a Kiowa Goes Green point of view, especially also since this is high gloss color print, this is a waste of money and really, really bad for the environment.
Aaron,
Any of those printed copies, even in the lobby.
And
I think there's a lot to be said for that. You weren't here, but I pointed out back in January, February, kind of an overarching objective for me was not to compete with our infamous listserv, but to somehow get information, relative information about what the town, especially the leadership of the town, was doing, why they were doing and explaining. And it came up this morning. There's already an attitude being built around the Performing Arts Center. We haven't approved the Performing Arts Center. You all know this. We haven't approved anything. We're conducting a study. Prudent business people conduct studies to evaluate merits of projects, what have you. We're sending an RFP out for a police force. We haven't approved, that. But these things get so twisted, by virtue of that. And I think kind of anything that we can do to somehow, and again, I don't want to say compete, because that's probably an unfair, there's some rational, objective, thoughtful people utilizing it, whatever. But somehow to get information out there so that people, our reserve position, we're not spending money like we're fools up here. That has to be conveyed to people. The decision on the Seabrook, is just in respect for the urban growth boundary. Got a scathing report from the Seabrooker, or see something, in terms of how high-handed we were. We weren't high-handed, we were just pointing out something. But people read that stuff. So I would just encourage what everybody is saying, anything and everything we can do in terms of marshaling resources and utilizing them to get there. Not only the business about the association and the town not working that well together and stuff like that. My goodness, how much time we spend, working together. Got to get that information out so that most people can read the stuff that you send out in whatever form or fashion, maybe to combat, that is, maybe that's not the wrong word, but it seems to be that's what we have to do. We have to do that.
But, facts are stubborn things. So all of these things that you just listed, whether it be the Performing Arts Center, annexation, the police force, the work that Brad's group is doing on the ARB, our Kika town interactions and all of that, to me, if we regularly and with, I don't know what the word is, enthusiasm, report these things truthfully, at some point, you basically have to just ignore the rabble-rousers that deal in rumor and innuendo, and you can just, when I'm talking to, I've got a guy that every week, he gets in my face about something, every Wednesday morning. And I've gotten to where now I just tell him that he's terribly confused and turn around and walk away. I just don't engage conversation with him because nothing that he says is based on fact. Nothing. It's all rumor and innuendo, and it's just tiresome. So to me, contrary to what was said this morning, I think our communication is pretty good. Now, we may not communicate some things as quickly as we might, but I think that's the key. Honestly and quickly get things out there. We do these drop-in meetings the Wednesday after a council meeting, or 8 days after the council meeting. And with only one exception that I've been involved in, the attendance is not terribly good, and they don't really understand what it was we talked about at the council meeting.
That's my point, John, and I don't want to belabor it and not paranoid about it, but I think Friday you guys did a marvelous job. It was a wonderful job, but I was disappointed about the attendance. So I think that is indicative of something. The people that come to or after the meeting, the fall drop-in meeting, that's indicative of something. I bet you there are more people that read that blessed listserv than could have attended either one of those events and heard factual information, but they don't. Why? And I think it's an attitudinal thing. It is. So that's my whole point. Why anybody would have such doubt relative to what elected officials, elected activity, the municipal,
But that's, John, that's true about everything. That's why voter turnouts are low. When the deal with the marina over here came, the statistic was that 65% of the residents said they didn't want it. Well, that's not really what it was. It was 65% of the people that responded. The people that didn't care didn't respond. So you really need to go back and look at what percentage of the Seabrook residents were opposed. We know 65% of the ones that responded were opposed, but maybe only 30% responded. I don't know. So, and that's part of the problem with this listserv is that it's what did somebody call it one time? The vocally dissatisfied or something. And so, again, to me, I'll go back to it, facts are stubborn things. If you stick to the facts and hold that position and don't get caught up in all this hooey with these other people that deal in rumor and innuendo, you're going to prevail eventually. And because you just can't respond to
Well,
some of that.
I think you can also do something against it, right? So, for example, a topic that I wanted to bring up today is, if we can save some time and money and energy with not continuing, for example, the town notes, just as an example, just hypothetically.
At least
okay?
the print version.
Well, but I would even,
I would as well.
I would even, argue that we can drop it and, as actually Aaron said, enhance our e-newsletter, even if that means that we have certain weeks with 2 e-newsletters just to slice it in, right? So, for example, your town comments in that town notes, the quarterly, maybe you want to do this once a month, and that's a special e-newsletter that we send out. So with that, with that time and energy and focus, eliminated, we can shift. And I know that's a little bit of a dangerous path I'm proposing here, but let me finish. So to be a little bit more proactive as a town, not as an individual, not as a council member, not as Stephanie, but as a town, immediately countering if there is truly wrong information on IKEA. Because when I look at the last couple of months, what has really, sparked, multiple, discussions and path, et cetera, I would say 80% of the cases, it started with a rumor and with a wrong fact. If we would interject and just say facts, 2 lines, 3 lines of a quick response and just put the record straight, a lot of these aggravations on IKEA could go away.
Facts are stubborn things.
Because I agree exactly what John said, the facts are the facts, right? And if we do this in a smart way, in an objective, neutral way, every time we see something coming up on IKEA, well, unfortunately, Aaron, a lot also comes up on the weekend, as you know. But I think we could help to make IKEA back to what it was supposed to be, a great tool for the community to communicate and to learn, and eliminate a lot of the senseless discussion and all the aggravation and the hatred that comes sometimes with it, just by injecting the facts, just right there. I don't know how you feel about that.
I agree with you in principle. I don't know that we would necessarily inject it on IKEA, but again, if somebody says something that is just blatantly false and not presented as their opinion, but presented as a fact, and it's not a fact, then we should say.
Well, that's my point. So take this rattling conversation, the last week or so about the speed control behind the gate, right? It all started because members felt like, why am I penalized and why are not others, right? Quick facts in, as it later came, very much later in the conversation, guys, we are doing this, or Kika is doing this already for at least 2 months or 2.5 months with contractors and Kiowa Island Club and Kiowa Island Resort employees. Actually, in a very successful way. Right there. Brief fact, conversation could have gone
They
very
should have
different.
done, in the advance of the other notice, I mean, if somebody should have put that out in the very beginning, the entire issue would have not
So,
been born.
while I conceptually agree with the idea of if there's something that is stated that is objectively, factually inaccurate, correcting that is perfectly fine. The issue you just raised is one that gives me a little pause, because what knowledge did the town have to send out some message like that?
You're
That
right.
was a Kika.
That was a Kika- oh,
That was a
definitely.
Kika issue.
Kika
So
should have done that.
Yes, Kika should have.
Certainly.
And so I want to be careful where the town has possession If we're,
That's an example that we could not have preempted, but Kika, along the same vein, should have done something to preempt that consternation.
So when Russ and I did our last drop-in together, we had a fairly good turnout. And it was, I think it was noticeable, at least to the two of us, how many things the people there were complaining about or bringing up as issues to them that had nothing to do with the town. They were all Kika issues.
Russ and I got an email the other day, that's very thoughtful, detailed about governance issues, and it was all focused on Kika. And I responded gently, you know.
But again, you know, so just as a quick aside, so we got this citizen that's complaining about the noise that he's hearing on the golf course. And so after I reminded him that he did actually buy a house on a golf course, he said, but every day I hear mowers in the fairway. And I said, well, they only mow the grass Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So he oh, okay. So then about 30 seconds later, he's saying, but I get this noise every day. And I said, no, it's only Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
They blow it every
And he
day.
said, not if they blow the cart path, they don't blow the fairway. And so then 5 minutes later, every day I got to listen to these mowers. And I finally said, wait, it's Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And he says, well, whatever. I said, no, not whatever. It's Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. That's not even 50% of the days of the week. And so I said, if we're going to talk about the noise, let's stick to the facts. So with that, he turned around and went back in his house. He didn't want to talk about facts. He just wanted to get his point across that he was disturbed. Well, he is disturbed, but not by the noise. So I guess the point is, I think that if you do have something that is objectively wrong, we should correct that. And even if we're being blasted for something that's Kika, I don't see anything wrong with saying, thank you for your input. We believe this is an issue with the community association. We're going to forward this information to them.
Yep.
Because that corrects the fact.
Yeah. And we can set ground rules for this, right? And have one of us helping Aaron with this, or, I mean, however we want to do this. But I think I personally believe that it would really help the community, right, to see the facts. And the facts might not eliminate everything. I mean, going back to that speed control topic, right? I mean, we would have injected, hypothetically here, the fact that, Kika has been doing this with the resort, the club, and contractors for a while. That would have been a fact. The concerns about, intrusion in privacy, et cetera, or is Kika really, allowed to give fines, et cetera, that's not our topic, right? That's clearly theirs. But some of the conversation about, are we, penalized, why are we only penalized as members and not others, would have been taken out of the conversation, right? And the conversation would have continued. I'm not saying it would have stopped right there, but it would have continued about the real issues. Is Kika allowed to do it? How are fines, done? Is it an intrusion in privacy? Where are these cameras, et cetera? That's all, Kika topics, but.
Simplest solution is drive the speed limit.
Exactly.
My comments were specific to this morning, whether it's 1 or 100 or 1,000 people that are talking about, the town wants to grow, we're going to annex. We have not one, there's no application out there, the town wants a police, I have feelings about a police force, but it's not my decision, it's all of our collective decisions. The town, we're doing something, there's those types of things that were brought up this morning relative to, you guys shouldn't be doing that. Well, we haven't done anything yet, so, and these other types of things are brought up. It's just that you got your hands full. But I do agree, that somehow it just is getting that information factually, objectively, out to residents, so that they understand the thinking, the rationale in terms of, in many cases, strategic thinking, thoughtful thinking relative to why we're going down a path to do something. And
I'm all for that.
So,
We're not just blundering
let's
forward and
Aaron
building
think
buildings.
about this.
Well, let her finish her
Right?
presentation.
Yes,
and then we'll.
so
Well,
there's basically now a fourth topic potentially to your
Right.
strategy.
Right.
Right?
I wanna come back.
How we can get facts out more timely, And that can also include, by the way, that was another point I wanted to make, that when I look at the Seabrook, town of Seabrook, and especially Seaport, is it Seaport?
Support.
Yeah, so the Kika of Seabrook, I assume it is, right? You know, they sometimes are very timely in their communication to their community, you know, about, you know, traffic trouble on Betsy Carson or Poohicket or Main Road, et cetera. So I think maybe there's also that aspect that we can add to that, you know, timely injection of facts to the community. Think about it and come back to us with how you want to handle it.
Think about that, but I want to see if there is a sense of the council to provide direction to staff with regard to town notes, at least the print version, if not dispense with it altogether as a separate digital and print publication. My personal view is, at the very least, get rid of the print as a first step. Might even think about whether you simply fold that content into weekly in newsletters. I don't know.
So I would agree with
Well,
that. First step
let's-
is to stop the print, and then the second step would be figure out, are there other alternatives for that information to be communicated?
So Aaron, what is your expert opinion about the town notes? You've
That's
just now
what
for-
I'm interested in. God
Yeah.
bless all of you, but I'm interested in what she
So
thinks.
what would be your recommendation to us related to the town notes?
I think it would free up a lot of our staff time if we weren't utilizing it for that. And I think we could put our efforts more towards e-news or other digital communications that we can push out.
That's fine then. That should be your plan. Yeah. Can we have an equivalent of a listserv? Is there such a thing? Is there such an animal? No.
Not really. I
mean,
mean,
the
other
town
than
can
social
create-
media.
Well, there's
Yeah,
the-
the town can create a listserv. It'd be a public listserv. And then it becomes, do we manage, we have to put disclaimers on there. It could be more than what we want to handle. I mean,
Somebody
probably
would
will
have to
almost
manage it
we would have
and
to almost
look at the
hire
comments and add people.
person.
Then
to
you
do
have
that.
two competing ones. I mean, the only thing that competes a little bit is the Facebook side that we have for property owners on Kiowa, which is a little bit more regulated than listserv, I would say. No, that's an independent owner. It's a property owner that actually has the
Right.
oversight.
Was there anything else you wanted to add quickly?
I was going to talk about the visual content piece, because we've kind of touched on some of the digital communication. This is something that I think could be very beneficial to our department if eventually we did add a video and audio specialist. They could help us with live streaming podcasts. You know, the podcast visual component is so important. We see that through the video views. And if we had somebody in staff, they could coordinate those whole processes, which would be streamlined. And then I also just think video is just a very compelling, eye-grabbing source of content. And I think we could hit some of these contentious issues by having somebody physically on camera talking maybe about them, maybe the mayor if there's an issue that's coming up. Body language speaks so much more than written communication that someone could take out of context, take one word and completely go the wrong direction. So I do think it would be beneficial if we thought about that option. It would also really help our social media engagement. Video and images are very important on those platforms, and we really don't have very much to put on there other than what Turtle Patrol is pushing out. Also, this person could potentially be taking photos at a lot of our events. Right now, we hire somebody to do that. So like the 35th, we had somebody taking photos. So this person could be at events. We would have more content. People would know what we're doing in the community. I just think it would be a really great thing to add to our team. The other ones were just increasing.
You know, for instance, we live stream our council meetings, but our drop-ins, we're there, we're physically present.
Right.
So you can't help but wonder, I'm kind of building a case for this, you know, you can't help but wonder instead of a physical drop-in, I mean, we would be there in whole or in part or whatever, informally. as we do with the drop-in, talking about issues that we just got done talking about, I'm not sure, the day after, the afternoon, maybe a couple days after, about the issues that we discussed at the meeting, and really, really, really push that people send us in questions,
That'd be great.
so that no one has to say, well, I got to give up my golf date or my tennis date or whatever to come over to a meeting or to drop in from 2 to 4. But I do have a question about what I heard or what I saw. And just say, just sit right here, just talk about it. Just, you or Stephanie or anybody could just go through and say, here's a question about the Performing Arts Center. Why are you guys going to build that? Here's a question about, and just explain. Well, just explain it, just in a casual way, in which we do in the drop-in, but we're not getting hundreds of people coming into the drop-ins. I don't know, just,
No, I think that's
I
a
agree
great
with you
idea.
about video. I think that could be a powerful tool.
And I think that's,
Different way to twist the podcast issue, rather than a scripted podcast.
Right.
no, I think that's the advantage to have somebody like this on staff, because we can do this very quickly, right? At the moment, we need to plan, and the whole thing is timely, right? If we have somebody on staff, then we can almost like right after the town council make a statement, or once a week, we answer on video and then push it out, all the commentary that comes in from community members. So we would be far more flexible and faster. So that's really Aaron's proposal here, that I think is a really good idea.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
So then I'm hearing that we can go ahead and start creating a new job description for this person and pushing it out?
I would say at least create the job description.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm not sure that.
So is this something I'd present again in Ways
Yes.
and Means? Is that how this would work, or? Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
But the premise is, I think video is a very, probably more valuable than maybe some other tools that we have.
Those were the highlights, so.
So the only additional comment, I wanted to make, we have this wonderful new website. Although it still sometimes feels as I'm on the Kiowa Island Resort website and not the town website, given some of the pictures used, but that's a different topic. But there are so many links that end up nowhere, still. We probably all have gone through one or two website, revamps over our corporate or during our corporate lives, and I know that's very difficult, but how can we speed this up so that we don't run into these, URL, website not found kind of issues? Especially when you look for certain documents, but not only that. It's sometimes just a website that doesn't exist anymore. How can we help to speed up the process to fix these issues?
So unfortunately, it's a matter of just going through the website and clicking all these links to make sure that they're not broken, which we've been doing, but occasionally we'll miss one because there could be some maybe on a sidebar that we didn't see.
And I think also one of the things that he's referring to is, if you Google, for instance, charitable contributions that he and I discussed, and just Google it, on the website, it's going to pull up the information. If you click it, it's still trying to go to the old website. So eventually, I think through analytics and keep opening, it's going to eventually weed out our old website, so that if people just doing a search, they would no longer, that information, that link will not pop up anymore, because it's trying to link you back to a website that is no longer in existence. Our current website, I think we're working on, a lot of the clicks are working, and maybe just information that we try to preserve to put back on the new website that either was on the old website that we didn't transfer over, or if that information is just gone, it is gone and we can't recreate it. But somehow, if you still Google it, it's going to pull it up. And if you click on it, it's not going to go anywhere, because it's trying to take you to a website that is non-existent.
But if we have, if in our wandering around the website, if we encounter things that either seem strange or we can't seem to find something that we're looking for, we just need to send a note to you, right?
Yes, please.
So, so I've got a couple that I need to bring my iPad to show her, but that's the easiest way, and not necessarily send you 100 one-line emails, but maybe even take the time to organize them a little bit and send it to you.
And Michael, the website vendor did say it was going to take some time for those Google searches to start, so
Well, that's
it
a,
will
that's
take
a,
some
that's an
time.
automatic mechanism, as Stephanie said, so we understand that. I understand that, maybe not everybody understands it, but I also had cases where I was on the website and clicked and ended up nowhere, or worse, couldn't find the document.
Okay,
Although I knew it should be there,
right.
right?
Yeah,
So what
and
you're
I've
saying is
encountered
then
some
every time we encounter something like that, we should send you an email
that'd be
so
great.
that you can look into this. Have we also encouraged the community to do the same?
So we've done the soft launch. We have not done the full, like, it's here and ready to go. But we'll probably do that this week or next week, start pushing it out through e-news. So at that point, people are going to click on the website and they'll let us know. And I can put my email address on the bottom and,
Right, so I would recommend to be very proactive on this, saying, you know, we know that there are certain links that might not yet work fully, please let us know. And then, I don't know if you should use your email address or just a general email address where all of these emails go, and then once a week you work through it or your vendor works through them.
That's actually a really good idea. Maybe you establish a different email address so it doesn't get mixed in with what other normal emails you may be getting, and that way we have a way to categorize them or. Then you just give it to the vendor. Yeah, yeah. Yep.
Well, thank you, Aaron. In terms of time management, can I make a suggestion? 11 o'clock. Could we just jump to short-term rental ordinance? I want to make sure we give a fair amount of time to that subject. The zoning overlay process, the public safety, those others are all important. Let's see if we can get those either later or another time, and even under some of the new discussion items. But the short-term rental was something that we said we were going to talk about today, and just for time's sake, let's jump to it. That's okay with everybody?
Sure.
Okay, how do we want to start this conversation off? This really emanated from a proposal that you prepared 2 months ago, a while ago.
Well, it started for me, and I have to tell you,
Well, it was the traffic, and then part of the traffic centered around visitors, and we started getting into short-term.
Yeah.
Well, it started with, and I found it interesting that last week we had that hearing with respect to rescinding some licenses. And one of the reasons that this homeowner got in trouble is the amount of cars or amount of passes that are allowed to a renter. And the renter allowed so many people in, he had too many cars parked in the driveway, and the owner then wound up got in trouble for that. But that's an issue that I have already, actually Stephanie and I went and met with Shannon and Tony Elder about, and they did not have any kind of resolution of what to do with that. If anything, they were against, correct me if I'm wrong, Stephanie, they were against having a limit to renters' ability to call in how many guest passes they want. I don't know how to get through that issue because it does seem to be abused. We saw last week with respect to that homeowner that lost, for losing his license. I'll just throw an idea out there is should we have an ordinance that prevents renters from calling in unlimited number of passes? I mean, my feeling is yes. I can't call in unlimited passes, but, a renter certainly should not be able to.
Well, or is the ordinance such that the only person that can authorize passes is the property owner?
That would be fair as well, but the renter doesn't, they don't care. They can call in as many as they want. So just to give you guys information, so Shannon said, well, that's not fair to a renter who wants to have a birthday party for the grandmother at the house they're renting. And I'm saying, why does that matter? but that was her pushback. And she also had a pushback with respect to Roger Warren will go ballistic. I don't know if that's something we should be worried about or not, but I'm letting you know that was their pushback. And Shannon and Tony Elder were completely against a limitation to these guest passes, having a limit to them, completely against it.
So I think it's an issue, I've been interested in Joe's thought on this, whether we would have any legal basis for dictating what passes can be obtained.
Problematic. I'm not sure you would issue the ticket
Right, and one of the things that we actually talked about,
or how you'd find out.
yeah, so one of the things we actually talked about is that we felt, when we talked about this, that the town cannot get into what Joe just said. But one of the things that we may possibly be able to do, that we do like the evening, like we do with restricting the overnight vehicles, is that the town, through ordinance, may be able to restrict for short-term rentals, how many vehicles are permitted essentially 24/7. So we're not getting into actually restricting if a guest can call in a guest pass, because a lot of those things are, I think, through Kika and through the members, whatever, with, as an owner, whatever they can do. But from the town perspective, one of the things that we may be able to do, again, like we do with overnight, or overnight and parking, is to look at it to require it all day long, to say, if you're only allowed 4 vehicles at your house, and when they apply for a short-term rental license, they put that on there, eventually we do an inspection. Right now, it just applies to overnight. Maybe we can look into this requirement being all day, but again, that's from an ordinance standpoint, looking more what can we do from our ordinance.
So perhaps,
Just a couple of thoughts.
Yeah.
Obviously, I've been through this for many years, and the parking is a universal problem. And what we finally had to do on Folly is we require every rental registration to come with a parking plan that shows exactly where cars are going to park, which also obviously limits the number of cars.
When do they do that plan? When they apply for the
When they apply for the license, every year, when you re-up every year, you have a registration. Do we have a registration? Yeah.
We do, and we do with parking.
Part of the registration.
Yeah. We do have that, but ours only applies to overnight. And so that's what I'm saying, we can make the change that what Folly potentially may do is all day. Ours is not all day. Well, when they apply for a license,
Daytime.
yeah,
We have an inspector going and checking if that's allowable. If they say 4 cars, the inspector goes there and checks if there is 4. Not
For overnight, yeah, for overnight, yeah.
for overnight.
But this is daytime, that is the,
No, it's both.
well, you're right, it is both.
We
It
have-
is
we have both
Yeah, that is
issues.
true.
We have,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
another suggestion perhaps, so I think it's problematic to try to deal with Kika's pass issuance problem. Can we impose our own, by ordinance, pass requirement, parking passes for any rental guest have to obtain a pass issued by
The town.
that would say, has to be in your windshield, that says, and we would limit it to 2 passes per rental property, and then we could enforce
correct.
that.
Yes, we can do that. It just becomes a matter of enforcement and talk about staffing, because if they come in at 8 o'clock at night, are they allowed to print passes? But yeah, but on the basis of what you're saying, the town, we could probably issue, I'll let Joe talk about this. Oh, we could issue a separate system that would require that you receive a Town of Kiowa parking pass for each renter. We can do that. We would just have to figure out the mechanisms put in place to be able to enforce that.
Can we charge a fee
Council can approve fees.
for any cars over the allowed overnight quantity?
Well, so right now, if we're caught, we fine them, so
I
the
know.
fee is a
No, I didn't mean,
citation.
no, but I meant even for during the day. Because what happens, somebody calls in 10 guest passes and they're there for the day.
Are you talking if the town has a policy, or are you talking now about
can we?
Kika?
No, can't. So a guest for a condo is allowed to have 4 cars parked in their driveway.
Based
So-
on our ordinance for
Right,
overnight.
Correct, right. So could we, as a way to limit cars coming in,
Charge a fee?
assign a fee if you want to have any car over 4, whatever the allotted amount is?
I think based on what you're asking, just keep in mind, if anything we want to do, can we, as a town, put it in our ordinance? We're not, so if we don't have anything in our ordinance and someone comes in during the daytime and Kika allows them to do that, if we don't have it in our ordinance, we can't charge a fee
Why not?
because we don't have it in our ordinance. And we're, so.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Just
so
make-
essentially we're imposing Kika's regs and we can't do this municipality. So yeah, if we want to look at charging a fee for additional cars, I think we have to make sure that one is in our ordinance and that we can really enforce it.
Well, I was thinking that we would create an ordinance, but I don't see why, I'm just asking a rhetorical question. Why can't we charge a fee if it's over the allowed amount?
Is this all about the fact that you don't think we have the support from the association to do what it is we want to do?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, so I don't think, and also too, when you're talking about charging a fee, if our concern is about more vehicles, and all of a sudden we're saying, okay, we're okay if you have over the limit, as long as you pay a fee, then it's going to look like the town is just money grabbing, that we're just trying to collect a fee. But if it really is about restricting the number of vehicles, then we just look at our ordinance saying, you're going to require, as Brad said, during the day, if our ordinance states that you can only have, you have to get a parking pass for us, and we know the number of vehicles, then we really are restricting the number of vehicles. And then if they're over that, then they just get a citation.
Well, it goes back to what Shannon and Tony told you and I, Stephanie, is that the renter can call in as many
Yeah,
guest
but
passes
remember
as they
though,
want.
but remember the conversation was you were asking if they can do something. What we're saying is that the town could possibly put in our own ordinance a way to require the renters to get essentially a vehicle pass to meet our ordinance. It's dealing with our ordinance. So we're still not, so if Kika is still saying, yes, the renter could call in a pass, but in our ordinance, we will now have something to say, okay,
Violation of
our ordinance,
Yeah.
yeah, that Kika may still allow you to
Would
do
we
it, but
know?
ultimately,
How would we know?
through our code enforcement. So if our code enforcement team that is here, and if we have it in our ordinance, and you have to get it will have to say Town of Kiowa, so they would have to go to the home. If we get a violation, they would have to look and say, okay, because they have copies, they have access to our software, they would know how many vehicles are allowed, we will set up a program, they would know how many parking passes are allowed, and if they see that 5 parking passes were, the renter printed out 5 parking passes, but only 4 is allowed, then they would know that was a violation of our ordinance.
Wouldn't matter if they actually had a Kika parking pass.
Right.
It would be.
Exactly.
They may not have violated Kika's rules and regulations at that point in time, but they would have violated
Violated ours.
the town's rules.
Correct.
There could be an argument for that. We issue the license, we have the code enforcement.
But then we are
They
doubling,
come before us in terms of any revocation and in
Then we-
terms of any violation. So it would make sense that we would just tie everything together and then make parking as much a part of all of this as all the other pieces of the,
but we would introduce basically a second system of parking passes.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
And that's creating another problem instead of fixing the
No,
first one.
it's a
So-
challenge, it's a
so I
challenge,
think-
but how do we address that
So
problem?
let's maybe take a step back. I think, first of all, we currently allow a certain number of guests per house, which is based on the business license.
Based on our ordinance.
Well, the number of people that are allowed in a house is
based on
based on the inspection and the definition of how many people are allowed to live in the house.
It's just based on our ordinance. So ordinance is 2 per bedroom plus 2.
Exactly, that's where I'm getting. So where would the +2 come from? I always, missed the logic, right?
The hide-a-bed in the living room.
So, yeah, I know. I mean, I can see how they do it, but I miss the logic. If
don't
there
know.
are 4 bedrooms and 8 people can sleep, it's allowed for 8 people. It's not allowed for 10. That's where I would start. Okay, take away the +2. That is allowed, right? That's at least 1 car less.
Well, maybe. You have a hard time doing number of people and number of cars, because, we went down that road the other day, and
Yeah.
they don't go together. If what we want to do is limit the number of cars associated with a property, a short-term rental property, then let's do something that limits the cars. Let's don't try to limit the people so that we think it's potentially limiting the cars. Because if you have 8 people, get rid of the +2, you got the 8 people, but you've done nothing directly to the cars, each of them might drive their own car. So my point is, let's deal with what we're trying to accomplish. And what we're trying to accomplish is 2 things. One is potentially limiting the number of people, that's your +2. The other is limiting the cars. And so let's do something that specifically is aimed at limiting the cars. And maybe the number of cars has to do with the available parking spaces. If I've got a driveway that can accommodate, the rental house 2 houses down from me that has a driveway that can accommodate 10 cars. Now, should they have 10 cars? No, but they have to have a parking plan that would say that they're never going to have more than 4, let's say, and that's part of the licensing process.
Isn't that the key, the plan? I mean, if there's a plan that the owner, when they take out the license, executes that says that I'm going to have, I understand that there's approval for 4.
And then,
There should be some conversation between the owner and the.
right, and then the second half of that is then the short-term renter, tenant, cannot call in vehicle passes.
So we have, yeah, so from staff standpoint, trying to understand, so currently our ordinance, we already essentially have a parking plan. You have to put in, when you apply for your business license, you have to identify how many overnight vehicles are allowed at your home. So our ordinance already addresses overnight, it just does not address the daytime, and that's
That's a simple change.
that's
I
the
think.
issue that we're having, not the overnight, but the daytime, because then renters are calling in multiple daytime passes that, for whatever reason, have extended over for like a week. You know, somebody's there
no,
for
I get
longer.
it.
Is that from the evening people, is that what you guys mainly see is, I mean, for evening, we have the ordinance that addresses that? Okay. Oh, Jan, I see you back there. Okay.
So I guess, again, it would seem to me that I agree with Michael on the +2. That, it's a neat idea, but it's probably not necessary. So take that off. Now, that deals with the people problem, potentially. But the other one is the cars, and the cars, to me, again, I'm a pretty simple guy. Just say, here's how many cars are allowed, and oh, by the way, as a tenant, you can't call in passes.
Okay, and so, again, we can't get into necessarily
Can't call
calling them
passes to
passes.
the town. You couldn't get an additional pass from somebody at the town.
Right, so-
You couldn't say you can't call.
We can't, yeah, because we can't say that you can't call in necessarily passes. What you all be looking at is how many vehicles are allowed there, essentially in 24 hours. So you can say only 4 vehicles are allowed. Now, if they call in passes, because they only get, the house allows for 10, but there's 15 people, well, that can become a problem if the people are staying overnight. But if they're just daytimers, then we're just concerned about not having 6 other vehicles parked at that house because our ordinance states you can only have 4 in a 24-hour period.
But when I call in a pass, I have to give the code for my house because I'm a homeowner. A renter does not have to give a code.
No, they're just there to open the door to let their guests in.
Yeah. So why is there a different policy for a renter? They don't need to give a code, and they can have as many passes as they
But I
want.
think part of this from a town, because I think sometimes you mix in KICA and what KICA allows and focus more on the things that the town can do with regards to our ordinance. Not that if KICA and the member,
Fair point.
yeah.
But
so-
then, help me,
Joint strategic.
so help me
plan.
to understand this. So we have a rental property, okay? We have a license to that rental property, we have regular inspections. During the inspections, it's clearly defined how many cars can park. Let's say 4. So why can we not write an ordinance that requires KICA to enforce that
An
license?
HOA cannot enforce a municipality's ordinance. They are HOA. They cannot enforce, a private HOA cannot enforce a municipal ordinance. So if we want to do anything about these things, look at it from the town. What can we put in a municipal ordinance, right?
To Michael's point earlier, though, I do think you got to think about a multi-pronged approach. And reducing the number of renters is not directly related.
But it is indirectly.
It would have an impact.
It would, definitely. So you have,
The point is, you got to think of this across, because you're not going to find a solution that perfectly addresses the problem,
correct.
right? Especially with the dichotomy between the town and KICA. So I would really think about a multi-pronged approach tightening up the parking spaces so that it covers 24 hours, lowering the number, taking the 2 out, the +2 out. And I'll tell you why that's there, because that's the way everyone does it. There's no other reason.
Which is never a reason
all.
to continue.
Exactly.
I think I
There
mentioned
there is no reason other than everyone does it. It's just the standard way people do these things.
Our HOA actually revised our covenants to take out the +2.
Yeah,
So
I
we-
mean, eventually people come around to that and
So-
realize that
Why
that's,
is there a dichotomy between the town and the association? I don't even understand that.
well, because you're trying to forcibly deputize the association to enforce your laws.
No. My point is that we're responding to issues from the residents at large by saying there's too much traffic, there's too many cars, there's too many. Why is there any differences of opinion or attitude to the association? It's the same residents, they're making the same
I mean,
complaint.
personally, I think residents would be far better served taking these issues directly to Kika. I mean, because has much better powers to directly address these
But it is a small p political issue, and it relates a lot to the resort. Because the resort is entitled to have, as any property owner in Kika, guests. And every, person that stays at the sanctuary, everybody plays golf, everybody who eats at a restaurant, everybody who stays at a KIGR-owned property is a guest of KIGR. And that is baked into the easement rights in the covenants. So they're the ones, I think, that she said Roger would go ballistic.
Correct.
Is that, trying to manage the largest rental entity or visitor entity and kind of having them be responsible for controlling, I think is a practical issue.
So if you go back to what Michael was suggesting, that in our ordinance, we just do two things. We remove the +2, and we make the car limit a 24-hour limit.
You can,
Let's start there.
we have a limit on the number of people who can be in a rental for like a party.
No, not for a
the overnight
You
party.
can look at that as well.
But because typically,
There's a limit to how low you can push that number.
you're saying that so you're saying if a house, essentially a 4-bedroom house, right now they can have 10 people stay overnight, but then you're also seeing, in addition, add on there that during any 24-hour period, you can't exceed, say, 15 people because we're trying to make sure that they don't have a party in their home. I think we have, yeah.
We're lucky because y'all don't really have that problem, but that's a huge problem elsewhere is the party houses.
I think at one point we talked about, is it in the ordinance, Dorota? Because we also looked at, there was, what people were doing when they were having private parties, is that caterers were renting houses because of the kitchens having gourmet kitchens, and they're renting the house to essentially use as a catering place because they're catering another event. And I think we talked about that because that's simply operating a business.
We did that
Yeah,
already.
yeah, so we already did that. Okay.
So maybe, perhaps we need to take some small steps and address the +2 and the cars 24 hours as a first step. Because I think all of us would agree that those two elements will help.
It will have an
will help.
impact. It
Well,
will.
definitely. The issue of the calling in passes is a little more of an issue, but
But that's one we should discuss publicly.
it is
with-
definitely something we need to talk about with
Clearly.
Kika
With
at our
Kika.
first meeting. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a pretty good topic.
What kind of reaction would we get if we deleted or discontinued the +2?
I don't know. So
Who's supportive of that?
I think you would get it,
Homeowners.
yeah, so I think the reason why those are renting their properties, because in the island here, a lot of the homes are very large homes. And people now are saying, well, we bought this property because we want to live on Kiowa, but we can't afford it, so of course they want to maximize their profit. So then essentially they're saying, if we have a 4-bedroom home, families, multiple families can essentially spread the cost because you can have more people. So then they would probably argue that you're all of a sudden reducing the capability or capacity of people being able to come on the island to be able to enjoy it because they can't afford, if there's only 2 families instead of 3 families being rented. So you may hear, I'm guessing, those arguments, and that was kind of, if you recall, when under the previous council and under the previous mayor, there was, that discussion about the +2, and they decided not to address it at the time because there was a number of,
So it wasn't added, it just wasn't deleted.
correct.
Well, but Mr. Mayor, one of the things I recall Shannon informed me was that if you have an infant, if you're a father, husband and wife staying in a bedroom, and you have an infant, 2 years old, they would stay in a porta crib in your room. That would be a +1. So, but the ordinance can be written such that under 5,
could easily
you can have whatever amount that you want. But that was the answer
Yeah.
to one of the reasons for having to.
And I want to check, because I thought, I was just confirming with Dorota, that we did check that children under 2 is not considered the +1. They're not counted as a +1.
So, my recommendation would be that we take a look at this ordinance and make those 2 adjustments as a starting point and evaluate a couple of things. Number one, does it seem to address some of our issues? And number 2, do we get slaughtered because of it?
And I would, so ordinance, yes, I would support that. But then also continue our conversation with Kika.
Oh, yeah, definitely
Right?
that. Yeah, that's what Brad was saying.
Because, continuous pushing might result in something. I understand the different conflicts, right? With the resort and people that otherwise cannot afford to be the island, we should not restrict that, et cetera, should be equal. But I'm sure there are certain ways we can come to, again, maybe start with small, measures that Kika is willing to implement and see if that helps.
Because this issue with the passes is not solely a town problem, if you will. It puts a stress on Kika's resources, it puts stress on just the general infrastructure, and so, I think this meeting that we're gonna have here, that this ought to be one of the premier topics is, we believe there is a problem that exists, here it is, how can we collectively solve this problem? Or maybe define the problem and then solve it. And if they say, well, we don't even want to talk about it, well, then we got a different issue.
Now, I'll just liken back to when I went to Hilton Head 5 years or so ago, and when I went on the island, I had to pay a fee, $25 to get in the front gate. Hilton Head has hotels, Hilton Head has.
I think you're just talking
rentals.
about Sea Pines, right? Because you don't have to
Probably,
pay to get into Hilton, so Sea Pines
All right,
Plantation.
Sea Pines, but I had to pay to get in. And it keeps.
Under the
keeps
Kika
people out.
covenants, Kika does have the authority under the covenants to charge a reasonable fee. Yeah, it's defined as reasonable, but they do have that authority, whether they want to exercise it or not.
Yeah, so I think, in Hilton Head, of course, it's different. It's a larger community with a number of smaller gated communities, but Sea Pines, which the resort, or which Mr. Goodwin owns some assets behind Sea Pines, yeah, it is, they have, restaurants and different things behind there, and you have to go and pay to get behind Sea Pines Gate. So what I'm hearing, though, is in terms of some of the list of things that really is the 2 things that you would like for maybe a greater discussion, or maybe or the staff come back with an amended ordinance, which is to remove the +2 and the 24-hour car. I know, Russ, you had also talked about potentially looking at caps, and then also someone had talked about, I think Brad, with regards to business license, property management companies. So right now, we're just looking at just the 2 and not the other concern.
Well, since you brought it up, I do think we need to make the companies involved.
Russ, let's first confirm. So is it our agreement that we ask staff to come back with a revised ordinance that takes out the +2 and limits the parking 24 hours a day? Is that our wish?
Yes.
Okay, so then Stephanie knows what to do. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, no, you're right.
And let's talk about and now let's talk about the rental,
Right.
I mean,
The
Vacasa
agencies.
and those
The
agents.
CAPS and the property
Right, so
management companies.
just generically, again, based on what we saw last week at the hearing for, the rental licenses, we need to create a vehicle to make the agencies more responsible and culpable for the actions of the renters. Because right now, they seem to be getting a free pass. And we need to adjust that somehow.
Yeah, it's almost like we're depending on we're depending on market pressures to cause them any pain. And if the owner that's getting dinged doesn't choose to change his rental agent, then they are getting a pass.
Yeah.
And the one that was there for both of the people the other day, Vacasa, is a regular attendee at the revocation hearings.
Jen just shared with me that after that, she had a number of properties changing from Vacasa to other.
Okay.
As of today, we had 18 license closed that were through Vacasa and hopefully more.
Since when?
Since the hearing,
It's the hearing,
yes.
yeah.
Wow.
Didn't know, Scott.
So I think that there is at least the market's working to some extent, but the question is whether our current ordinances would allow us, which it seems to me that they would.
Yeah, under just a regular business license, because that's what they're holding as a business license.
But we haven't kind of gone down that path.
Right.
In the business license, there's something about they can't violate other town ordinances.
That's exactly right.
So if they do,
Yes.
then what is the recourse? Revoking their business license?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Fining them or just revoking them?
Well, they can just we can fine them, Ken. I don't know if we can, fine.
Yeah, I think it needs
Again, that's
clarification.
something that I've done before and looked at, and, I mean, it's kind of a vicarious liability situation where you're making them responsible technically for something someone else did, but I think that is feasible, probably just, oh, I'm sorry.
Well, Joe,
Probably just requires an amendment to this short-term rental.
some of it is vicarious, I agree. The example last week was the property management company was knowingly, without a license, advertising the place.
Right. Well, I'm just, that's the issue, but I don't think that's an issue that prohibits us from explicitly adding to the ordinances that agents are responsible for X, Y, and Z.
And then what
We
would
may,
happen?
we may very well want to add, I'm just, but there's also just looking at, enforcing the ordinances that we currently have on the books, and whether that's an additional tool. Staff writ large should.
Yeah.
I'd have to
So-
read it now. I
Yeah.
don't know what ours says.
So on a regular business license, I think that there's essentially a
It generally
catch-all.
says you have to comply with. all
Yeah,
the
Yeah,
regulations.
and so you can then, so the argument is that could essentially, through the finance department, through Dorota, essentially revoke that business license? I mean, do you have to be, because right now, we don't have the three, in
I
our
think
regular
that's
ordinance.
less than ideal, because in most I understand there are exceptions, but in most cases, they're not the ones violating.
And I agree with that. I was saying this other one, I would say there was a good argument to be made with Vacasa, that they were themselves
Directly.
directly violating. But I agree, the vicarious, because they're not the ones, but in this case, they were, but other instances, I know, it's the.
But I just, as the lawyer, I mean, I'm all in favor of clarity on the situation, i.e. making sure our ordinance says what we're going to do for what reasons.
Because one of the things,
Can I ask a question?
yeah,
The business license piece, let's take the short-term rental piece out of it. Let's look at the fact that a commercial lawn care person can't start. Let's take the short-term out of it for a minute, just talk about business licenses. Let's suppose we have a commercial lawn care guy that continuously starts every day before 7 o'clock, which is what the noise ordinance says is his requirement. So he is violating an ordinance, so we have the right to revoke his business license? what is that, what is that process?
We would send, well, we were going to, of course, we're going to put them on notice that they're in violation. So we're going to follow a process before their license can be
Is it
revoked.
3 strikes, you're out? Is there a documented
No,
process?
not with the regular. It's just that we're going to send them a couple violation notices, and then one of the last violation notices we will send is essentially, because I think, and then we'll probably say that your license can be, maybe you can be fined up to revoked. So we will go through a process, and then ultimately, if they're still violators, then we can essentially say your
They
license is
come to town
revoked.
council just like the other
They
revocations?
can appeal.
Same
Yeah,
process?
they can appeal. So if we revoke their license, they have 30 days, I believe, to appeal, and then it will come before you all.
Okay, so now put the short-term rental back in. This one that Brad's talking about that was clearly a violation on Vicasa's part because they continued to advertise. Is there something in either our short-term rental license or somewhere that says you can't advertise without a license?
Yes, there is.
In the short.
It's in a short-term rental.
In the
Uh-huh.
short-term rental license.
Right,
So-
correct.
They did not actually, and they were renting a property, apart from advertising, they were renting a
Oh,
property
yeah.
without a
They were doing
license.
several things wrong, but, so then, okay, all right.
And, I mean, I can already see where they're gonna go because that's a pretty big deal. I mean, it's a big deal to pull someone's license who's running a short-term rental, right? To pull Vicasa's license is going to exponentially blow that up. So I think, I don't know, they'd have some arguments there. I got to be careful how I word this, but again, I would prefer something, a little more clarity that we are going to hold agents responsible for this. Because, I mean, I don't know that did the agent rent that? Vicasa, I mean?
Yeah. Because there is also something that says if they have an agent, they're basically turning over the business to that.
I would agree with
That's
the
what I
limited
don't
set of
understand.
circumstances. They are. Joe was looking at that pretty closely. I mean, I was pretty well, I agree that in 90% of the cases, it would be, I thought this one, there would have been a pretty strong case based upon our ordinances, that they themselves were violating the town's ordinance.
This is the first one I've seen that's that clear.
But that's an unusual.
But let's come back to the real issue, right? I mean, that's an exception, right? And I'm sure there would not even be a fine involved because they can fix that in 30 days and be done with it. But I think what we have seen, and I was really stricken by John's comment last week that, for example, Vicasa was not the first time appearing in both cases, in front of the council. But if the business license already stipulates that the business license owner has to comply with all of the town's ordinances, why can we not put into our short-term rental license a little bit of a stronger language? And I understand that we cannot hold the rental company, accountable for violations of the renters, but make them more, give them a stake in this.
Actually,
right?
you could if you
And
wrote it in
tell
the
them that they have to do
Misunderstood me. I think
the
you
best.
can do that.
Well, then even better. Then let's put it into the ordinance that the rental agency has to do the best possible, right, to avoid that renters are violating town ordinances, no matter if it's noise, it's parking, it's whatsoever. And then we hold them accountable.
So maybe we should do the following. Maybe we should look at these first two things that we've talked about, and then maybe get a draft written that what that would look like. Because what we're really saying is that if the property owner is guilty of these violations, so is their agent, and they should both have a consequence to that. That's really, isn't that, Joe, what we're kind of saying here?
Yeah, or even, I can see something, that would be one way. We could also, we could also think about, just crafting an ordinance directed towards agents and specifically crafted towards this behavior will make you subject to having your license.
Maybe we need to draft a separate ordinance, is what you're suggesting, maybe?
Well, it'll be part of the.
Part and parcel
Yeah,
of the, well,
yeah.
maybe we should get a draft so that we have something definitive to talk about.
Didn't we
'cause-
see last week that the agent was paying the fine on behalf of the owner? And we really didn't know whether the owner did or did not know that the fine was being paid. And then they were just passing that expense on
I
to
think
the.
the owners do know, because we send, don't we send, yeah, don't we send when they do pay, when the citation is being paid, I mean, aren't owners notified?
Okay.
So they know, but I guess they don't really understand that in the ordinance that there's essentially it's a 3 strikes and you outrule if you're found guilty.
Exactly.
What, if somebody's
Exactly.
taking
It's the
$1,000
part that
out
maybe
of
they don't
But the one
understand.
that-
I would know.
But the one that didn't have any cost associated with that was the agent. They didn't have any expense, I mean, they passed everything on, any exposure.
Right.
So I think that would be one, somewhere along the line, there should be a check written to the town from Vacasa.
One of the
Well,
issues.
they are, the
Is
check
that
is coming from
maybe
Vacasa right now, there's,
some
the owner probably just doesn't know, but Vacasa is writing a check to us.
So one,
Yeah.
well, another thing we should think about in the ordinance is require property management company to inform the owner of any citation that is issued. Because one of the issues and generally complaints we encountered at Riverview, we found out, is a property management company, as good as they otherwise generally are, would often say, we said, someone complained, there was a clear issue, they would notify the property management company, our HOA property management company would know the short-term rental property management company, and then later we'd find out the owner would say, we didn't know about any of this because,
We've heard that on some of these revocations.
yeah, the property management company doesn't want to bother the owner, that they're not doing.
Well, I know we changed it, so we now notify the owners.
On citations.
On citations.
On a citation, okay.
Yeah, so the town, when we now send letters to the property management companies, we are CCing and sending to the owners because we had heard early on that the owners.
But not
Right.
complaints.
I don't think on warnings, not on warnings.
Well, then that was,
You may have to speak, it may.
Serious, and it's an ongoing problem. I do email the rental company and also the property owner.
if, should a warning also, I mean, if there's actually something officially documented,
I would think that we'd want to always notify the property owner and not leave it up to the
Yeah, I
agent
think
to
we should.
decide whether or not they are going to notify.
A standard
'Cause
policy.
they're just protecting their own interests if they
Yeah,
don't
you
notify
can,
the
you can
owner.
do both. Just let us put that into the ordinance draft, and we
Yep.
look at this the next time. I
Yep,
think
yep.
we have clearly,
think we have
expressed
enough.
our opinions here.
Yep.
Now it's up to Stephanie and Joe to come back with an ordinance.
Okay, so now we have, so there's the 3 things.
Yes.
Okay, do we want, our 4th thing that I know maybe you brought up, discussed, do we want to look at adding additional areas with caps, or do we want to change our current cap restriction from 20% to 15%, or are we good right now with what we have, which is a 20% cap, and we still, in all the R1 zones and some of the R2 zones, not all R2, so it's based on zoning. And the concern, of course, when we first put this in, is that homeowners were building homes. They said it takes a while to build. They were concerned that the caps are going to get eaten up. But we have availability to grow in terms of the R1 cap. I think we might be at 14%. So we can grow, but is that something that, and the idea when I'm saying this is that, we could look at other areas that we want to make caps, or again, look at reducing the numbers. I know John has said, and even Riverview, through some of the own HOAs, they are, I think, now restricting, like the settlement, they restrict short-term rentals altogether in the settlement. So, of course, no one in the settlement can get a short-term rental license. And so, of course, through the independent HOAs, they can put in their own restrictions. But is that something that you all want us to look at
This is
as
a
well?
problem we don't need to solve. I don't think it's
Well,
an issue.
there's-
We're well below what the cap is today.
I want to qualify, perhaps
there's
that's right,
one
but
topic.
is it true that it only applies to R1 and R2 and not R3?
Correct. So R1, not all of R2, we just have certain zones in R2. So R3 is completely open because the idea behind that is that this island, in terms of the idea of being built as a resort community, and a majority of the R3 is either between the gates, it may be a little bit outside, but between the gates. And so to leave the to leave the ability to allow rentals in the R3 zone. At the time, the council decided to leave that.
And I understand that decision was made at that time.
Right,
I would
correct.
suggest we think about adding, because it's right now only R1 and R2, we add R3.
And
That's
a
fair.
portion of R2, not all of R2, but a portion of R2.
But add to all of R2 and R3.
That was my point too, right? Because I only learned more recently, a couple of months ago, that the 20%, which I think is a good number, I don't think we have a problem with 20%, but that certain parts of the island are not covered under the 20% is
I
my
will
issue.
say, if we increase and put all of R2 and R3, we're going to probably be over the 20%
I
cap.
know, but that's the
So then essentially would stop it, and then any new rentals that come in, you would have to say no, because you would have to figure out a way to, and then those that continue there. So if somebody, all of a sudden we're at, say, 30% now, ultimately, then, if you don't renew in time, say that you renew late, then do you lose your
So we should
license?
go back
Because
into the
then
waiting
all of a sudden, we have
That's
to
what
create a
it is.
waiting list.
That's what it is.
I don't know, the R3 is all just the condos, right? Pretty much?
But I mean.
Well, that's a lot more. I mean,
Yeah, but the
for example,
majority of
also,
those are all
we
rental.
talked about Upper Beachwalker and Lower Beachwalker. They are not under the 20% limitation, is my understanding.
I think that can have an impact to the entire island's real estate.
I don't know that I would say that R3 ought to be included in
Yeah,
there.
we
They're open.
currently
I don't
have
either.
about
I think that'll have-
1,300 short-term rental licenses right now.
That could have an unintended consequence to the real estate.
I don't think, I mean, I can't imagine how many of the condos are occupied by full-time residents or part-time residents that don't rent them. They were built as rental properties for the most part. And so I don't know that you'd want to cap them at the 20%. That would not be, I don't think that'd be a good plan.
I really.
I agree.
Yeah, because again, this is something that I've spent a lot of time on. And I would be very careful about putting a cap on the R3 properties. And I am a big proponent of caps, I don't mind saying. But yeah, I mean, that becomes a little problematic. I also.
You're not putting a cap on it, you're including them in.
Well, kind of the same thing.
Well, it is the same thing.
Yeah.
You can't hide behind the fact that 20% is okay, but no,
Well, they're different kinds of housing. I mean, it is a different situation. And the other thing that I would caution about is putting any cap that's going to be lower than the existing levels. Although I think, and this is a lawsuit I'm involved in, I strongly feel that cities are entirely within their rights to do that. It creates more problems and questions and issues and administrative nightmares than you could possibly imagine. I would encourage any cap to be at lowest kind of right where they are right now. When you start going below your current numbers and trying to work towards an attrition, it really opens up, I just can't tell you how many different issues it creates. It's a lot.
Do we know what percentage of the R3?
I only do it for R1 or R2 every month. I will do it today or tomorrow, and I'll send it to you.
Yeah, so we might want to look at some numbers, but maybe there's something we can do per neighborhood or regime or something like this. For example, we talked about Upper Beachwalker Park. Can we apply a 20% for that? Can we apply,
R2?
20%
Upper
for
Beachwalker, R2?
Lower Beachwalker?
Or R3?
I mean, maybe we do it
Upper.
in steps or, for certain areas.
So then, yeah, so what are you saying is right now, Upper Beachwalker have a portion that's R2 and portion R3. Well, right now, it's not even, it's not covered under the R2 restriction either.
And it's not quite, I mean, it's not like Timbers or I mean, from my way of, y'all are more familiar, but, I mean, you get what something like, that's all condo, is really going to be a lot of rentals there. I mean, there's just very few full-time residents. I don't know if those R3 units in Upper Beachwalker are intended for
I don't know because they're not even developed yet.
Yeah.
So, and then when we did the R2 and we picked specific neighborhoods, if I recall, what we did was, we actually looked on, what you guys have a map, we actually looked at we plotted all the short-term rentals, and and we looked at certain neighborhoods, either we're saying, well, they're already, majority of them are already short-term rentals, so we're not going to restrict that neighborhood, but certain neighborhoods that might be on the fringe of becoming, then we picked those neighborhoods in the R2 area to be under the cap. So we really kind of looked at kind of where the cluster of short-term rentals are currently, and we did do some neighborhood specific for R2.
Well, just a couple observations. I mean, I think Joe was absolutely right that there would be a number of issues rising to try to enforce a broad cap across all property categories, although I believe it is the case that some municipalities have adopted a 20%, which applies to multifamily, condos, single family, and everything else. So I think it kind of passes legal muster, may present challenges and issues. But the other thing I think is there's a disconnect right now in the community. People think there's actually a short-term rental cap. They think, and that's where a lot of the mindset issues come by. They think, well, it seems like a lot more rentals than 20%, because there are way, way, way more. And I don't think the vast majority of people have an understanding that it only applies to R1 and part of R2, and not a lot of R2 and R3 at
I
all.
don't think a lot of people know the difference between R1 and R2.
Well, they don't, but they just think the idea is, I thought we had a short-term rental cap of 20%, but, you know, we send the number of rentals, you look on here and you go onto Vacasa, you go onto Airbnb and all of that, there's a lot more rentals going on than 20%, and they're right.
So perhaps we should get some numbers on how many short-term rental licenses we have in R3 zone, in the R2 zones that are not capped, and get some statistics so we know what we're dealing with before we make a bad decision.
I will have that, because I only look at the one that are capped, and we update on our website every month, so.
Okay. So let's do that, and just get some data points, and then we can maybe make a better decision.
What is the Cape zoned as?
Where's the Cape? It's dual zoning, so R3/C.
That's what I would think. That's all going to be rental, but it's not
No,
going to be.
but they've,
I don't know if it's all gonna be
they're not
rental.
going to be any short-term rentals.
No.
There's not.
No, they embedded into their HOA, developer embedded into the documents, sales documents, and then the HOA, no short-term rentals at the Cape. So that's a discussion that the three homeowners associations I know that have met with the Kiowa partners regarding upper and lower beach walkers, upper beach walker parcels have pressed to have be the case for those.
I'm surprised, I'm not against it, but I didn't realize that the Cape cannot be a short-term rental?
Owner occupied or long-term rental?
That there are a few regimes that have.
Yes, that I know, yeah, that I know.
And in some, they were originally, like I said, Riverview, we amended our covenants after handover to limit. So it's a phase-in. It's going to be, at the end of this year, 9 months minimum rental.
So let's get some data and then come back and visit this again.
So right now, what we're just going to be presenting before you all is the remove +2, the car limit 24 hours, and then Joe and I will work on some language with regards to property management.
Right.
Okay. Are you guys expecting us to bring this back to an ordinance at the October regular schedule meeting, or we're going to have when we have another workshop to discuss the changes?
See when you have it finished.
Well, we can have
I
it
would
finished
say
by
maybe
October.
Yeah, let's
Strongly
do it.
recommend a workshop.
Pardon me?
I would strongly recommend a workshop, because.
Yeah, I'm sure the +2 is going to have a
Okay,
lot
let's
of,
do that.
Yeah, you're
fine.
right about the +2.
Yeah, let's do that.
okay, so we're not going to bring it to the regular schedule meeting, but it'll be
No.
at the next workshop, whenever
Yep.
date that is scheduled. Okay.
Okay, does that cover the,
Well, okay, yeah. I mean, when I say workshop, I generally mean something that just even before a regular meeting appended to it,
Oh, okay.
as opposed to
So
a
so we can do
retreat.
like an October,
You're
at the
doing it twice a
October council meeting to have like a 2-hour meeting beforehand. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Will you be ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that covers the discussion on short-term rental. Well, what I was going to suggest is this traffic mitigation. Well, which do you want?
Can we do Jim's? Because he wants to discuss.
Environment and wildlife?
Yeah.
Let's maybe go through and set priorities.
Right.
Because we won't be able to get everything. So we certainly should talk about the traffic mitigation, if it's still alive, or, I mean, the proposal, or if we're killing it. What we really should, discuss briefly at least is the FEMA and CRS rating. You know that a lot of our community members are very severely concerned about their insurance rates. And the only thing that we as a town, or the main thing, I should say, that we as a town can do to help is to improve our CRS rating. So I think that's really something that we should discuss here today, because then there's quite a bit of work that Bruce and his team has to do to get back to us with changes to the ordinances.
All right, well, let's, Jim, Brian, you want to talk about environment and wildlife? You get time. See how many we can get through, of those three we can get through.
All right, so let's see. So you've all got my slides. I threw a lot of beach management slides in here because I wasn't exactly sure what you wanted to talk about. So I don't see any reason to go through all of those unless you want me to. But just kind of an overview of how we manage the beach. We've got a consultant, an annual report. Rarely do we have issues. We're one of the healthiest beaches in the state, probably the healthiest beach in the state in terms of dunes and sand volumes. We've only had to do two semi-major renourishment projects, both on the eastern end of the island. But we don't envision one of those any time in the near future. The beach management plan, we talked about this at the last retreat, but kind of just a reminder that, the town is required to have this document in place. It's required by the state in order for us to receive state or federal funds for beach renourishment, which, because we don't have enough public beach access, we're actually not eligible for those funds. So we have one, we're required to have one, but it still doesn't allow us to get any public funds to renourish.
Why don't you just focus in on what you wanted, Jim, the ordinance, the approval of a tech, and other.
Okay, so do we want to go through, so I was asked to kind of review the beach management ordinances that we have in place.
Yeah, I think there was some question from the last storm,
About the walkovers.
walkovers and all those.
Yeah, that was by me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have a slide for kind of, well, for three of the main topics in Article 16, but if we want to skip beachfront lighting, we can go to dune walkovers. So this is a topic that's been,
Before you skip over beachfront
Yep,
lighting,
let's go
just
back.
one thing, how has that, always been curious, how you anticipate that's going to work with regard to the Cape? And particularly, you have the party room
Right.
up the very top that's open.
yeah, I mean, they still have to, be in compliance with our existing ordinance. Which the two main facets of that is that basically the light can't spill over onto the beach. In other words, the beach has still got to be dark. No light can illuminate the beach, and you can't see a light bulb, basically. So if they, have shields on the back, or they're all directed down, and that lighting isn't bright enough to get to the beach, then they would still be in compliance.
So 50, 65 feet up, it's may be tough to shield, so not see the single point of light.
It may be, yes. And so, obviously that's, something that we'll just have to see what happens. And then, our code enforcement folks will be out there, and if there are violations, they'll have to figure out a way to fix it. Okay, so dune walkovers, we've looked at this a number of times. The last time was in 2017. So I've just provided kind of a brief overview of what we currently have in place. Again, this was put in place in 2017. We basically have two categories of boardwalks, private and community boardwalks. So community boardwalks are obviously those owned by like the community association, a regime, the club, and then private is obviously individual homeowners. So they're treated a little bit differently. So for both private and community boardwalks, they cannot be in a state of disrepair. So if we have a storm and they're damaged to the point where they're, they've lost a bunch of steps or the railing's falling off, the homeowner has 30 days to make repairs. They also cannot extend more than 10 feet onto the active beach. And so there are cases, especially after storms, where a lot of boardwalks will extend over 10 feet, but we typically don't require owners to cut them back because we know that's a very temporary change in the dune line and it's going to recover. But in cases where they extend more than 10 feet, they've got 30 days to submit plans and 60 days to complete the work. So for private boardwalks only, and this was a topic that was discussed at length in 2012, 2013, and 2017. And effectively, we've got a lot of boardwalks, particularly in the Surf Song Flyway area, that stop well before the beach. And those were put in place, that's a dune field that's been rapidly growing. You've got a lot of little tiny dunes. It's an area with a lot of sand volume. And so, some of these old boardwalks are a long way from the beach. And so we looked at, okay, do we make everyone extend them to the beach? And the decision at that time was that effectively they're grandfathered in. So if they stop short, it's fine for people to continue walking to the beach on an existing path, because the town also has an ordinance against destroying dune vegetation, which if you had a boardwalk that stopped short and there wasn't an existing path, when you walk to the beach, you'd be violating a different town ordinance.
Should we be changing that rule? Because I walked the beach, and the situation you just discussed, Jim, is where I saw a number of breaches of the exterior dunes. That happened, there were a number of instances where that happened.
How do you define existing path? Because in fact, a storm may change what was a path.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I'm meaning the path. So in cases, let's say on Flyway, where the boardwalk stops 150 feet from the beach, there's an existing sand path going through the dunes that has no vegetation because people have been walking on it for years and years. So obviously, in a storm, some of that path might disappear, but there's still a path from the boardwalk to the beach itself.
Why can't we make them extended to the current dune that's?
I think there's a couple of reasons or things to consider. Number one, it's going to have a pretty big impact to the dunes in those areas if you have 50 to 60 boardwalks being extended maybe 100, 200 feet. The other thing is that, while these breaches, when you walk the beach after a storm and you see these breaches in the primary dune, when you get out to the Surf Song Flyway area, that dune field is 200-300 feet, right, wide. So it's a huge barrier for water to get through, right? And so a little breach in the outer dune, which again is not a very big dune, right? It's a primary dune, but because that area is building up so quickly, right, the dune doesn't have time to get big before the next one forms. And so it doesn't look great, but it doesn't really hurt the storm protection potential. The dunes are still providing storm protection in that area, even if there's a breach in that outer dune, because you've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different dunes between there and any property.
I understand, and you're the expert, so I'll listen to what you're telling me. I'm just thinking that because I observed it in all of my Turtle Patrol tours, where the walkovers are without the boardwalk, the dunes have been depressed. So it's providing a quicker way for the water to get through to the next layer.
That is correct, yes.
How long does it take, given your experience with our beach and the way this damage was done in the most recent storm, how long will it take to re-nourish that dune line that was breached, that very first one? I mean, is it something that we look at 6 months from now and it'll look like it was almost never interrupted?
I mean, the low spots that were there before the storm will probably remain there after the storm, but, you know, so when we get a storm surge like we got, which was 2.5, 3 feet, we didn't have a lot of wave action, so the erosion wasn't severe, even though, you know, I mean, obviously if you went out to the beach, you could see that the dunes had been cut off, right? No doubt we've lost sand. Most of what we lost was kind of, so the way a beach works is it builds up during the spring and summer and typically erodes during the fall and winter, generally speaking. And so in spring and summer, you get a lot of sand moving in, covering up rack, new vegetation grows, and so you get these little dunes that start forming. And that's mostly what we lost. So kind of these new dunes. And so by next spring, summer, the beach will probably look almost exactly like it did before the storm. So, you know, we didn't have any significant impacts to the area where the island is most vulnerable to storms is on the western end. So the Eugenia stretch where we've got pretty much one dune. Now that dune's been in place for 50, 100, 200 years, right? It's a huge dune. It's, you know, 15, 20 feet high in places, right? You know, that area wasn't really, I mean, a little bit of erosion, but very, very, very minor. And that'll rebuild pretty quickly there.
So, not to put words in your mouth, so are you then of the opinion that the damage that our dune structures got from this last storm was relatively insignificant?
Yes. Relatively insignificant, a temporary, so obviously this sand didn't disappear, right? The waves and the high tide just moved the sand down the beach profile. And so, you know, we get 2 or 3 weeks of no storms, you know, that sand's already going to start being pushed back up on the beach. The wind's going to blow it around. I mean, the beach is already recovering from the damage we had.
All right, but I have a more, in my mind, a more important question. So I understand, so this was not even a test of a direct hit of a hurricane, 2 or 3 or whatever, so it was relatively minor. And we had damage to the dunes. And I'm just more thinking for protection of the island itself, that we encountered damage to the front layer with relatively minor storm. And so my question is, what should we do, if anything, I'm listening to your expertise, with respect to the walkovers? Because I don't think we should lower our guard just because we didn't get a lot of damage this time. If the walkovers are going to be a problem, if we have a category 2 or 3, we need to address that.
And I'm happy to gather information and have that discussion again. I think that, again, in the areas where these walkover breaches are created is almost entirely in areas where we've got multiple dunes. I mean, dunes exist to be eroded away in the storm. That's why they're there. They're there to protect the inland areas from storm, and they do that by eroding away, right? That's just what happens.
So how about at the Eugenia area where you said we have just that one very large dune? Are there walkovers there?
There are some, but none that, I'm not aware of any that stop short of the beach. I mean, you wouldn't really be able to get down to the beach because that dune's so tall. So, I mean, again, when all of these boardwalks were built, they went to the beach, right? And so the areas where they're way short are areas that are building really rapidly, which is out east, where the homes are a long way from the active beach.
All right, so again, I just want to wrap this up. So with respect to those walkovers, so with respect to a Cat 2 or 3, let's say, you think we're okay doing nothing with those walkovers, or should we do something?
I would think that the impacts, if we get a storm surge that's over 5 to 6 feet, we're going to have all kinds of breaches everywhere, no matter what we do. So I don't think we get any greater storm protection in that eastern end by extending or requiring owners to extend boardwalks a long way through the dunes. And aesthetically, I don't know.
No,
having
you
a lot of
answered the
boardwalks.
question, that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, you asked.
Okay. And I guess I'll just real briefly, so the only other difference with community boardwalks, which again are the ones like owned by Kika and the regimes, is that if they stop more than 20 feet from the beach, they have to be extended to the beach. So we require those high-volume boardwalks to get to the beach, where there's heavier foot traffic, because obviously we want to minimize, right, the damage and the number of people walking on the dunes. So there's a difference between the two categories, and that's why. Okay. Do we want to talk about pets and critical habitat? If not, we can go to the wildlife and outreach technician. Okay, so you've got 2 slides there, and kind of let me just give you some real brief background on this. So a lot of this came about after we had 2 different alligator human interactions out here in the last couple of years. It required us to kind of go back and look at policies and procedures and really make sure that safety-wise we were doing everything we should. One of the things that came out of that was the idea of being more proactive when it comes to alligator safety and human safety. And so that's things like going out in the field. A lot of times what we as a department do is we react to situations that occur. What we'd rather do is have someone out there to hopefully preemptively address issues. So this is things like, checking areas where people fish every week, talking to fishermen, checking the alligators to make sure they're not being aggressive, as opposed to waiting for a phone call to come in that says, I got chased by an alligator grabbed a fish off the end of my line, you need to do something now. So hopefully, so it kind of came out of that, and it's kind of been something I've been thinking about for the last couple of years. And so basically the position's job would be to basically mitigate human-wildlife conflict in our community, advocate for everything that the town stands for, native plants, native wildlife, obviously also assist Aaron and I with all the things that we do. Neither one of us are getting any younger, and it'd be nice to have someone to jump on alligators' backs every once in a while. And so I do enlist Brian from time to time, though he's yet to jump on an alligator's back at this point.
I think Beach Patrol wants to sign up for that too.
They help as well, but it needs to be under 4 feet before they like to get their guys involved, usually. Sometimes defense.
That 14-foot one in Florida looked fun.
So again, there's a second slide that just kind of details a little bit more. We've prepared a job description, or I've prepared a job description. It's gone to Stephanie and our new HR firm. So we have a completed job description, and we have a salary range from 33 to 49. And so, yeah, here to discuss that and get your thoughts. I guess one thing I didn't mention is that another issue we have is calls that come in after 4 o'clock or on weekends, especially on holidays. And so the plan would be for this individual to hopefully be in the field addressing and responding to issues on busy weekends and after hours during certain times of the year, especially during the spring and summer. So to try to get us a little more coverage when Aaron and I typically aren't here.
So, but as you're describing this, you a lot of focus on alligators, but it would really be all wildlife.
It's everything, right? It came out of the alligator kind of audit that we did. And then over the last couple of years, it just seemed like the position, while I could do that, could help in a lot of different other ways, especially as, the island has grown and the number of people that we have, the number of complaints that we receive. It's honestly really difficult for us to even respond to a lot of those issues. So a lot of times, we do partner and with the KICA Lakes biologists, so they help us out with a lot of the alligator stuff. But there's certainly still a need for a better response to a lot of things.
If you had what appeared to be a rabid raccoon or anything, this person would be kind of the wildlife contact point.
Correct. I mean, I kind of see them as a wildlife ambassador for the island. They're always out and about. They're on the island. They're patrolling. They're talking to people. They're educating people. They're trying to prevent problems from happening beforehand, as opposed to us reacting afterwards.
So I have a question, Jim. So I see somebody at a fishing dock at a pond, dealing with alligators, feeding them or whatsoever. So I call the security gate. Who comes?
Good question.
Today. I mean, who would come today?
That's always been a struggle. So normally, the gate would call me, and I would normally call, depending on where I am, I'm probably not actively patrolling, so I would push it to Craig or Kent or one of his guys, and so typically, if it's between 8 and 4, a town code enforcement officer would respond.
Okay,
He
which
could
is,
rarely responds to those situations. Sometimes they will, but
okay,
not.
but it's one of our guys that would come. But mostly
Sure,
beach
yeah.
patrol would end up doing that.
If it's after hours,
It's
Yes,
in
they
the, I
will.
mean, when it happens, it's usually in the afternoon, right?
sure,
So
Yeah.
late afternoons.
yeah.
So somebody from your team would come. That's the situation. Okay.
Jim, why don't we just, in terms of the position, get this job description squared around, circulated around, so we'll think about it.
That sounds fine. We've got it. And
We've got it, so you want me to, so we'll be able to share it with everyone because it's already completed. And then,
But in that context, so the only question I would have is, does it make the most sense to have this person as a town employee or as a beach patrol code enforcement team member?
Yeah, I mean, I
That's
think,
where I'm struggling to see the pluses and minuses a little bit.
well, obviously, this individual would be doing a lot of work with Aaron and I on our department research and other things, right? It would partly be an enforcement position, but I don't envision that as its primary role. Again, the primary role is to assist us with field tasks and hopefully proactively prevent issues, educate. I mean, it's really, I call it an outreach, it's a wildlife and outreach technician. So really trying to get all of our messages out in the field, talking to people, visitors, property owners, right, hearing issues, dealing with issues, as opposed to, the way it is right now with the workload that's on me, I'm not in the field very often. And I used to be, right? I used to be the one doing a lot of this, and I'm not anymore.
But you need to have the assign and check responsibility for this employee
Yes,
in terms of what they're doing on a day-to-day basis. Not that these guys would misuse it.
right.
But if it was reporting to these guys.
Sure,
then
yeah.
you've got this conflict on how do you utilize that resource. So,
Yeah.
I think it's clear that it's in your department, for me, anyway.
Yep.
I like it all.
Okay,
Well, I wanted to understand it, so it makes sense to me. It makes sense.
last one is the no-wake zone. You've got a slide there that shows at least a concept for a no-wake zone. This is something that's been talked about for a number of years, going back 7, 8 years. Seems like they came pretty close back in 2016, 2017 to getting a no-wake zone in place, at least for the area around Mingo. but it never materialized. So it's come up a number of times. Recently from Lauren Rust at the Low Country Marine Mammal Network. She's been really focused on getting a no-wake zone at Captain Sam's Inlet, and that's never been successful, even though the town has written letters and is supportive of that. And so it's kind of come back up again, and so, you know, this is what the Environmental Committee and others have you know, they're in favor of this. It will be a huge challenge to get a no-wake zone put in place. But again, this is the 3-mile section, basically going from the first bend in the river above the bridge all the way to Captain Sam's Inlet.
So who is it that determines the no-wake zone?
Right.
State of South Carolina.
State does.
DNR.
So what is it
Oh,
that you're asking, what else can we do than what we've already done?
Yeah, it was put on the agenda to, I guess, to gauge support.
So it was a discussion during the environmental committee meeting that Jim and I fueled or put it on the agenda because we heard, again, quite a bit of noise from the community about that. There's a multitude of concerns. One is related to the marsh and what wakes are doing to the marshland. There are severe issues, you know, in terms of human safety, because now there's quite a bit of pedal boarding going on, both from the Mingo Point docks managed by the resort, but even also as it relates to the Kiowa Island Club kayak facility in one of the side arms that lead into the river. So there's a multitude of issues, and we both, Jim and I, felt like either we do it now right or we don't do it. So just writing letters is maybe not enough. So we really want to, if you support that, really go far beyond just writing letters. Okay, we want support from different constituencies and people involved, but then also really go actively to Columbia and promote this idea, because my feeling was either we do it right or we don't. So this will be a multi-month exercise of a multitude of activities, talking to people that have an influence on that decision over in Columbia. If you guys support that for that stretch of river, which is quite long, but has a lot of merit to it, I think, if you support that, then we will try to rattle the cage as much as we can.
I mean, it makes sense to me.
Fully do support it, and mentioned to Michael, mentioned to you, Jim, the HOAs for Inlet Cove, Riverview, and the Point would all welcome the opportunity to be involved in any effort. The previous letter was focused simply on the safety of bottlenose dolphins, which is probably a little bit less of a concern for DNR. They're primarily focused on boating-related safety issues. So having a dual purpose in any future, you know, communication that goes out, focused both on boater safety as well as the Atlantic bottlenose dolphins, would be critically important. I've had conversation, I expect you guys have, with Low Country Land Trust, and in addition to Lauren and the Low Country and the Marine Mammal Network, because they own some of the marshlands along there. So I think there could be a very strong coalition that's put together, and probably needs to be a little more focused and directed than, unfortunately, a letter to whom it may concern.
Right.
Was everybody supportive of this? The young lady that I've met with a couple of times at Campson's Aid, we can get her name, and so we can get
I think that's Senator Campson is probably a good starting point.
good starting point. Okay,
No doubt.
all right. I think the letter we wrote was because Lauren wrote it. I think our focus was primarily what she suggested. All right. Bruce, you want to talk about FEMA?
All right,
During the last council meeting, we touched briefly on CRS, and I think the consensus was that we need to somehow review our flood ordinances, our CRS program, and come up with some ways that we can actually better our CRS rating. This is just going to be a real quick, brief overview and a few suggestions on what we can do, where we need to go. Probably going to stop this at the recommendation slide and not go any further due to the time constraints. So basically, on the agenda, we're going to do an overview of CRS. Moving to the top of the class, we're going to look at how the CRS program is structured as far as the point system and where do we need to go as a community to better our rating. We're going to take a look at our 2022 report that we received and where some of our shortfalls are, areas of needing improvement, and then the recommendation. I'm going to stop there and not go into the food for thought process. So I think we all understand that the CRS rating system is an incentivized program, and it's basically the communities are rated on 19 different activities within that CRS manual. And those can be broken down into two categories, one being communication, and the other one is floodplain management. We do a really good job on communication. We have some shortfalls when it comes to floodplain management. So in looking at the CRS classifications, as you can see, initially getting into the program, you would have to actually be a category of a 9. And then moving on up, the discount ratings you see, if you get to number 1, you have to have accumulation of 4,500 points based on those 19 criteria. And currently, our rating in 2022 was 2524. Looking at that, we're roughly a little less than 500 points from being a class 4. I'm still thinking about the hurricane. It's not unrealistic that we can't make it to a class 3. There again, we're about 1,000 points out from that classification. As far as our report card goes, the areas I've highlighted are areas where we can probably increase in some points for CRS. The last column you see is the national average, and I'm not going to go step by step through all these, but just bear in mind that there are some areas that we can touch on right away to increase our percentage points. In February, I have a CAB visit, which is a community assistance visit where FEMA's coming actually in. We'll be having some discussions about these various categories and hopefully what we can do to better ourselves. This is just a continuation of that chart. So areas needing improvement. Our elevation certificates, we're running about 98% effective. So we're doing a real good job with the elevation certificates. One of the things, we just adopted the non-conversion agreement, which will benefit us with the CRS program. Why we have been probably recording our elevation certificates within our software and archiving those files we don't actually have a policy says to do that. FEMA states, well, you need to have a policy that says, hey, this is how we do it. So we need to develop that policy. That's one area we can improve on. Our hazard disclosure statement, according to FEMA, is not robust enough. So we need to kind of redefine that and take a look at it. And I'll be having that discussion with FEMA when they come in February, try to figure out exactly what they're looking for. Activity 410 and flood hazard mapping. Haven't really received a lot of points for that because we hadn't really done any mapping. However, KICA, with their resiliency study that they just completed, did identify quite a few areas on the island, and that has been turned in for credit. And of course, we won't find out what kind of credit we get till next year. The activity 420, I think it says 420. Yeah, open spaces. We have quite a few open spaces on the island, and that's another discussion we need to have because we got a really low score when it came around to preservation, and we got quite a few areas on the island, as we all know. The two activities that offer the highest points, other than the activity 530, and I'll get to 530 in just a minute, are 430 and then 450. 430 is just having higher regulatory standards than what the NFIP requires. We can relate that to, if you looked at the article from Folly Beach imposes V-zone construction for everything that happens on Folly Beach. They have a higher freeboard area. These are our higher regulatory requirements. There's some things we can look at. I wouldn't necessarily want to go towards complete V-zone construction. While it would make sense on any island, but there's some other factors that come into play there when you start looking at substantial improvements. And if you have a substantially improved house, now how do you make that a V-zone, meet V-zone standards without removing the house? Don't want to take it to those extremes, so that's just going to cause some problems. We can look at doing the freeboard area. Right now, ours is only 1 foot. We can talk about raising that and seeing what, how we can get that through. There's probably some other areas we can look at. A lot of homes now, especially new homes, are being built with impact glass. I mean, that's been around for years. A lot of remodeling projects are now going in and replacing their old windows with impact glass because they don't want to have. Long story short, the code requires you have to meet windborne debris protection, and there's a number of ways you can do that. One of the ways is through impact glass. Well, obviously, if you put impact glass in, you don't have to come back and put what I call an aftermarket product on it. In other words, you have to cover it plywood or some other type of material. And a lot of homeowners are seeing the benefit, although the impact glass costs a little bit more money. The benefit is they don't have to call somebody up and say, hey, I need you to put, storm's coming, we need to put this on my windows. One, can you get the guy out here to do it? Because if we have a severe enough storm, we're now in the process of evacuating, so how are you getting the contractor out here to physically put something on a window? We might want to look at making an ordinance that says, hey, you're going to have to, if you're replacing your window, you have to do it with impact glass. It's done in all the condos. All the condos have impact glass windows. That's just a standard. Activity 450 gets into stormwater management. There again, KICA did a resiliency study, did a great job. It's a super study. They put a lot of time and involvement into it with Stantec. Like I said, that study's been turned in for credit. The other thing we want to look at probably is that was mentioned before, is we really need to develop a watershed master plan. It's a pretty involved process, but in all the folks I talk to, unless we have that in place, it's going to be real hard to move up in classification.
This is the one I'm most confused about. 33 points out of 755 possible, way below the national average. With all the work that KICA's done and the amount of money that members have invested in stormwater management projects over the last couple of years, draining ponds before storms come. I mean, it seems like there are plans, there are systems in place. How is it that we only score 33 points?
There's two reasons. One is FEMA has certain requirements when you do reporting. And the reporting that KICA's done in the past has been more of a spreadsheet type of thing. This is what we've done with the ponds. This is what this is how we do things. That's not really how FEMA wants to see it. They want to see it more of a study type of thing. And that's another avenue where we can improve on. And getting with KICA and sitting down with Matt Hill and those folks and saying, hey, this is really what KICA's, this is the outline they're looking for. We've done it through spreadsheets in the past. Like I said, the resiliency study that they just did went in for 2023, so we won't know till next year what we're going to get for credit on that.
I'm wondering if, I mean, these sound like staff level discussions, whether it needs to be elevated a little bit so it's more of a priority on the part of KICA to look at some of these issues, because I'm not aware that the board or Shannon or Tony are necessarily aware of this stuff, and this is real money for our members. I mean, this is dollars in our pocket.
So, to that point, how does moving from a class 5 to a class 3 help me as a property owner? What do I pay less on?
Your flood insurance policy.
Flood insurance
You
that I
get-
get through the government
Yeah, you're right.
or my private insurance?
Not your private, through the NFIP. Yeah. Through the National Flood Insurance Program.
So instead of getting a 25% discount, I'd get a 35% discount in my exam.
Exactly.
But the premium is only $250 a year now. So we're not like talking thousands of dollars, we're talking about tens of dollars. I'm just trying to keep things in perspective. I don't think it's a bad thing to do.
Right.
I'm just thinking, we don't need to have people have a false idea that they're gonna now be able to go out and buy a new Mercedes with this money they're saving.
No, but we should not forget that there are a lot of community members out there for whom $600 is a lot of money. Number one,
There's probably not
okay?
a lot of community members here.
And
600 is a
and
lot of money.
and then the second aspect also, and I see this in Beaver Creek, not because of hurricanes, but because of wildfires, right, forest fires, that with a bad CRS rating, you are more likely that insurance companies will leave the area and will not insure you.
Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying it's not something.
No,
I'm
but
just saying we need to understand the motives is because it's the right thing to do.
Well, but it's not, individual impact is not going to be that great. The collective impact
Yes.
for the island.
And to finish my argument, right, with every insurance company that leaves and does not offer insurance anymore, there's less competition and prices go further up. So I think we are well advised to do a little bit of work, and yes, it is work, but it's not a monstrosity of work that we need to put in and see if we can improve. And some of it, as Bruce said, is just better reporting, right? And incentivizing KICA somehow to work closer with us, to be a little bit more forthcoming in how they're reporting. But at the end of the day, it will have an impact.
I'm not saying it won't. I just want to make sure that as we
Put it in
promote
perspective,
this,
okay.
we get people to buy into it for the right reasons.
So in the interest of time, do we support that effort and ask Bruce to move forward with these topics and ask us for help whenever, you know, there is help needed as it relates to Kika or FEMA.
And I don't know if that's the type of thing that Stephanie can reach out to Shannon, and just say, hey, listen, one of the things coming out of this, and, you know, we hope that Kika will make this a priority to.
The only other thing I want to touch on, and then I'll stop the program, is Activity 530, you actually receive 1,600 points for this activity, maximum points you can receive. We receive 0. And the reason we receive 0 is because we have some great plans out there. All right, the sea level rise plan, we got marsh management plan, but we need to put in some mitigation programs. We physically have to do something. There has to be some form of mitigation. Now, Jim has looking at the kayak launch area on Kiawah Island. And that, once that's completed, we can use that as a mitigation effort. Okay, those type of things that we can look at. In the marsh management plan, they identified 2 areas now that are eroding away. One on the Kiawah River side near Rhett's Bluff, and then that creek that comes through, I don't know the name of the creek, Jim, near Rhett's Bluff. There are 2 areas there that are eroding. There's areas you can look at. Once I think they get the marsh stabilized there at the kayak launch, and that's working real well, we might want to look at doing something similar out along the riverbank and as well as in that creek area that's already, you know, been identified as eroding. It helps stabilize the marsh area.
And is it just marsh? What about dunes? And it relates to issues that Russ was raising earlier with regard to walkovers and everything else. Is there things that we could be?
Any type of mitigation effort can be turned in for this credit. So whatever we identify as some kind of mitigation program that we want to put forward, we can actually submit that for this activity and at least get some points. I mean, we probably won't get all 1,600, but we'll get some.
Points if we establish a no-wake zone?
Yeah, I don't know if we can turn that. That might be a stretch.
That's one we don't have any use.
You can turn it in. You can always turn it in. They can always reject it.
So that visit in February is going to be a crucial one.
February, like I said, FEMA's coming in. That's when we're scheduled. Hopefully that happens, because in the last couple of years with COVID, there were no cab visits. So this is going to be the first one. And hopefully they'll stick to their plan. So I'll stop the program here since we all realize this is something we need to do. And we'll just take it from there. And like I said, once I get some more information from FEMA as far as how they want the reporting to look, then I can sit down with Matt Hill and we can actually discuss, get prepared for August, which will be our next audit.
So very last question. So should we, you know, make an official request to Kika to be more supportive? Is that something you?
They were slow in coming around this year. I ended up sending an email to Tony Elder that kind of got the fuel fired. But I think they understand, you know, that this is pretty critical. I would prefer to sit down with FEMA first and get their guidance as far as how they want the reporting to look, and then schedule a meeting with Matt Hill and his team to say, hey, this is the way they want to see it. And it might be, you know, I know they have software out there. I don't know how much they utilize their software, but I know it exists. But it's just a matter of kind of correcting some things.
All right. Let's take 5 minutes, grab lunch, and come back and see if we cover off one more thing before 1.
necessarily to resolve it, but to at least start talking about it a little bit. Yeah, I've gotten a lot of input from people after the meeting the other day.
Yeah, pro and con.
And most of what I've gotten is con.
Nope.
It's an interesting thing. It would be really great to have an arts center, but I don't think the town ought to be involved in it. And the reason, it all comes back to money. I don't know how the town can be financially responsible for this. And then at the other, that soiree we had here, I had two people that said they've been in communities where they established a nonprofit separate and apart. The town supported them, but not financially, not managerially, just kind of endorsed it. And then they were off on their own to try to figure out how to do it. Acquire property, the whole 9 yards. And the municipality was out of it completely.
Yeah, I'm still not sure I see how it's not a losing venture, to be honest, financially.
I mean, if Friday was a little bit of an indication or benchmark, we had 300 people signed up and 100 showed up, right? And I think this has a lot to do with the alternatives that people have on the island, right? And they decide, weather is nice, it's not too hot, a little breeze, let's go to the beach and have a drink.
Yeah,
So that's reality, right? But aside from this, and that's why I went to the Arts Council on Wednesday, Thursday, because I wanted to see how actually the arts, this very committed group of people, take that study and walk with it. And I was encouraged that I think my observation during the meeting and the discussions we had also after, Brett, you left, makes me also believe that also they think it needs to be separate from the town in terms of being a not-for-profit, separate organization, separate oversight. The town might become here and there, a sponsor, like others, donator almost. This could potentially be land, that can be money, but otherwise, I very strongly believe, but I saw also that sentiment in the group, is that the town otherwise, as an institution, as a body, should stay away from it, right? So either there is now a movement in the community to create that not-for-profit and, a group of trustees and whatever that's going to be called, or, steering committee or whatever, and then start collecting money from private and commercial donors. And again, the town could be one of them. But otherwise, it stays, and we might provide this room for meetings or something like this, but otherwise, I would strongly advise that this is clearly separated.
Has to be.
And at some point, we will see either there's an uprising in the community and money is flowing, or it will die up and we are behind this. But beyond this study, the town should not be financially or in any ways involved in this. It's my opinion.
So, and appreciated Michael's input on the Arts Council meeting the other day. We've had these conversations at every Arts Council meeting as well as the steering group meeting. Just like to back up for a second on this particular topic. We've spent a lot of time looking at other kind of different models out there. And there are models, suggesting we go down this path, where in fact the municipality owns and operates an arts center. That's fairly rare. There are some where there is a public-private partnership at the outset, where either the municipality may own the facility, but a 501c3 manages and operates the facility. There are others where there's an agreement, and I think maybe this is where I kind of start to lean, is where there's an understanding at the outset that you're going to set up a 501c3 to be the operator of a art center, but the municipality, there's an agreement in advance, whether it's with regard to siting, land, or financial commitment, where the town becomes the catalyst to say, if you go out, if you need to raise 15 or $20 million, the town will commit X, but only contingent upon you actually going out the 501c, whatever, raising that additional money. That can be very helpful from a catalytic standpoint in getting the private sector kind of behind it. But I agree completely that the town doesn't want to have, should not have, any other ongoing financial responsibility other than that it has agreed to in advance with respect to capital support or a set amount of operating support. Full stop. Everything else should be, it has to be proven to go out there and raise all the additional dollars from the private sector and have an operating model that works. The one thing that I think is a little unique, and I've been reading about a lot of public-private partnerships, is where there tends to be more municipal involvement, not on the operating side, but in the financial support side, is where they also have dedicated revenue streams like we do. I think one of the things unique about us is the tax revenues, the tax, accommodations taxes, hospitality tax of revenues that we collect have to be collected and then spent back out. And one of the permitted uses for all of those is both capital and operating support for arts and cultural facilities. Then it becomes a question, if we're collecting a few $1 million each year in tax revenues, it's a policy decision. We mentioned this the other day as to whether we want those to go to Andel Inn, KIGR, or an arts center, or any other number of different organizations. They have to go back out within 2 years. So, I mean, we have the wherewithal, without any kind of other financial commitment, to help catalyze the Arts Center. I just think we
But all that being said, the next step is going to be the private organization. They have to get their act together and show where they're going to get the money from. The ball's in their court at this point.
Yes, and what you're saying, Brett, is right, but we cannot be seen as the prime donator, funder, whatever you want to call it. That we can use that money to support is absolutely clear to me. That's okay with me. If we make that policy decision and move the money from somewhere to somewhere, that's okay. That's a policy discussion, and that can be a discussion that happens every year, right? And some council might decide this way, some others this way. But what I don't want is that the steering committee, trustee committee, board, or whatever, this not-for-profit organization will set up, believes that, they can count on that money.
But I think that's exactly my
That's
point, Michael.
what I don't want.
In fact, many of the ones that have been built more recently, they have been these public-private partnerships where that is the understanding at the outset, that there is a level of municipality support, but that municipality support is wholly contingent upon private support that fills whatever gap is identified. But that is in fact known at the outset. I'm not saying that's the path we want to go down, but that's a pretty standard model for a lot of these arts centers that have been built in conjunction with municipalities more recently. Again, not saying we want to go down that path, but it is one that is.
That's so far down the road. The private company's got to get $15 million. And somewhere, somehow, they got to get $15 million.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're next.
Virginia, it's a little small town, 5,000 people. We had an arts and activity center. That was an old, I think originally it was probably a church. And they wanted to restore the building and turn it into this arts center. So the town bought the property and they leased it to this 501c3 organization. And the town agreed that their ongoing contribution would be essentially the maintenance of the building. That's it.
That's it.
No cash to change
That-
hands. we took care, the town took care of the building and the grounds, everything else was on the, on the burden of the.
And again, if it's not on town land, we don't have anything we can contribute to capital campaign. But to exactly that point, the town could say, if everything else said, if there's going to be an art center, again, everything's contingent, the town could either say, we will own and build the facility. After that, it's completely on you. Or you could simply say, maybe the minimum is simply a ground lease.
We'll lease this ground to you for 20 years
Yeah.
for $1 a year.
Yeah, $1 a year, exactly right. But then the town's not going to provide $1 of capital support or operating support, or something to use some portion of tax revenues in between. But that's the range. I just kind of wanted to explore what could be done as opposed to what should be done.
We're getting so into the weeds.
Well, we are, and so I
Brad.
think what we need to do is we need to a certain extent, we need to begin to, by ourselves, get into the weeds, each of us, so that at some point, as a council, we're gonna have to take a position on what we wanna do going forward. And we ought to
I'm
have-
saying
This
there's no
is-
reason to get into the weeds until this group, whoever they are, figures out how to get the money.
Well,
Right.
how
That
they-
has to happen.
How they wanna be organized.
I don't want to get into the weeds until
No.
they.
Russ,
are
Let
gonna
them
do
come,
that.
let them come, if there will be an organization. And honestly, I still have a big if. But let's assume for a moment there will be, okay? There will be a support in the community, there will be money, flowing, etc. Let them come to us and ask these questions. I don't want to give any upfront commitments before I know who is behind, who is driving it, how is the community support looking like. Let them come to us and ask, could you lease us this property back there for $1 a year?
Yeah, this discussion.
And then we
is great,
debate it,
but they
and then
have
we
to
made
do
a
it first.
decision. But I don't want to be upfront and promising anything at the moment without knowing what it's going to be.
So,
We don't even know who they are.
So that's part of the issue. There's a high degree of self-awareness on the part of the current Arts Council, who I think do, a yeoman's effort to put together the program they do, that their strength and their particular interest of most of them is in putting together the performances, doing the operating, which is we do. The town is actually now operating an arts program. So we are the actual owner and operator of an arts program. That's where we are right now. But so the question is, we talked about this idea of transition, is, yes, they recognize the need to establish a 501c3. The question is, does this 501c3, does the Arts Council simply be replicated as a 501c3? What happens to the ongoing artistic programming? Is the town still continuing to support that 501c3 to do what they've always been doing?
I don't know why we're talking about, I really don't know why we're talking about this.
But they have to, they have to figure this
It's
stuff out
not
to the
a-
next step.
Whoever.
They are the Arts
are.
Council. It's the Arts Council that brought this.
They need a plan. How are they going to make this happen? And we're talking about all this stuff, it's way too premature.
But they need to literally know, to be able to figure out, okay, we're going to go set up a 501c3. The first question is, or is it, yeah.
No, first question is, where are you getting $15-20 million?
That's not the first
Sure it
question.
is.
No, the first thing is, who is it that establishes groundswell of support to get this thing off the ground? Because it may not be the Arts Council. It could be somebody that is not associated today with the Arts Council at all, that is really a proponent of having this facility.
So that's a thing. A couple of the people that are on the Arts Council obviously want to be part, including the chair, of that effort, but they recognize the capabilities in the Arts Council right now are not on the capital raising, campaign side whatsoever.
But that's the point.
To the Andale property process, this group, they need their own Peter Schneider.
Yeah.
They can marshal all of the all the people together and establish this, it's an inertia thing. They need to get that part rolling. And it's not
And-
the town that does it.
And important also, Brad, is, and that's what I also mentioned in the meeting, I am highly opposed to the word transition, okay? We have an arts council, and that will remain the way it is my strong recommendation. There can be people out of that that will be on the arts council and whatever they create for the not-for-profit organization, but I would not like to see that either the arts council converts entirely over to a
But
not-for-profit.
what if that's what they
right?
want to do, and that's what they
Let me-
recommend?
Or that, it becomes kind of like a spin-off from the Arts Council. No, these two things, the Art Council and this Arts and Performing Arts Center Committee, trustee, whatever, these needs to be two completely separate organizations. That they are some of the same people, maybe, but let's not talk about transition.
So if it was up to me, and it's not, but if it was up to me, the way I would do this is, as a town, I would put out a public announcement that we are going to facilitate a meeting for all of those people wishing to establish a 501c3 for the purposes of examining whether or not to go forward with an arts center. But all we're doing is providing a time and a place. And let's see who shows up, because if nobody comes, then
Well, I think we get there. I think, and Stephanie, you've been involved in all these meetings as well, is that's what the Arts Council is now essentially going to, that's kind of the idea of the feasibility, the steering group, to figure out, okay, exactly that. Can the town set up a meeting so we can do, or they're going to decide amongst themselves who's going to be focused on the current status quo programming, who's going to transition to the 501c3 side and focus on setting up that and then building outreach. One of the problems right now that they're constrained by, but there wouldn't be with the 503 they're looking at, is their current charter, the Arts Council charter, limits any member to be a Kiowa resident. So, right now, they said, well, if this is going to work, you need CASIC, you need,
yeah,
Seabrook,
so somebody needs to step up and coordinate all of these. I think the word we used in the podcast with Chris Carrata and Peter was corral all of these different groups. So anyway,
And
it's,
but Brett-
we had
but Brett-
we had stop scheduled for 1 o'clock. We're almost quarter after, so we're a lot closer than we normally are. So we probably ought to stop.
I only have a 5-second thing that I want to, Craig, I still want to, because of what we're going to do or not do with the police here, I need to know if our response time has improved, worsened, or stayed the same now that the daytime shift is over. We don't need to discuss, we just need that data.
And I can echo that and maybe add to that a little bit. My concern with the RFP, we don't need to belabor it here, was that it presupposes an outcome rather than whether there is the need for that outcome. And I'd like to personally see data on the number of incidents occurring on Kiowa Island, and if we get any neighboring data, what the response time was pre-change to before the contract ended, subsequent to the contract ended, coordinate with Kika on all this. Just an observation, I've seen more Charleston County Sheriff's folks around post-termination of the contract than I saw pre-termination of the contract. There was at least 2 hours, we were eating lunch in Freshfields yesterday, where there was a Charleston County guy there, and we're not paying for that, but he's sitting there, and that's pretty quick response time.
So
just remember to-
Perhaps you guys didn't hear me. We had a hard stop at 1 o'clock, and it's now quarter after.
We will provide the information to you all, but just also remember that we still have a contract with the sheriff's office for second and third shift.
Sure,
Yeah.
yes, yeah,
All right, everybody, have a nice afternoon.
okay, thank you.